Welcome then, everyone. Oh, gotta wait for that nice little transition. We got a new one now. It's different from the old one. All right, welcome everyone. Today you join me not in East Block, not in any other league but PHRL for the nice 500 miles of Sebring International Speedway in, I believe, Florida. Now, obviously, I'm jumping right in because there have been a little bit of technical difficulties, a bit of personnel issues in SRTV. But I'm here, and we are, I believe, on the formation lap and almost getting ready to get underway for the nice little 500 miles of Sebring. And why the flip? As my AC tower just gone. There we go. Now it's coming back. That is lovely jubbly. So, obviously, we've already gone through qualifying. I didn't stream qualifying because I was, you know, a little bit far behind, which is a bit on SRTV, a bit on me, but we are fine. We are running, and I believe everything is going quite smoothly with just the sounds and everything, which is good to know because that was one thing that I was just quickly sorting out. Anyway, so you already see, I think. Who's on pole here? Is it Vanguard? I think Vanguard are leading the way. Now, I'm not 100% sure because it says they're second on the AC tower, but I don't know. It could be glitchy or I could be, you know, just freaking out. But I'll run through the order real quick. I don't know all the teams and everything because I've just been basically just thrown into this straight away. I was sort of the backup broadcaster for this. I'm not feeling the best. I was quite ill. Like when I say quite, I just wasn't feeling well last night and stuff. So I'm still not feeling 100%. But I've been thrown in. So I don't have all the information like I normally would. Normally I'll be a lot more prepared. But anyway, so we have Vanguard Racing Team lined up on pole position and leading the way for the hypercar classes. And already I don't know the team because it doesn't say it with the AC info. So thank you so much. But this wonderful team's lined up on P2. I mean, I don't know what else to say because I just don't have the information. I may see about if I can be given some information. That would be lovely because then I'll be cooking. But anyway, so moving on to P3, we have in the Chip Ganassi Racing Team lined up P3. It's a Cadillac, which is quite good to see. It's a Acura sandwich in the top 5, with this being the only Cadillac in, I believe, the top 10 in the GTPs, which is going to be quite fun for them. They're going to be, you know, probably the fastest Cadillac out on track, because I think they are actually the only Cadillac out on track, because all of these are, yeah, there's only 9 GTPs, and there's only 1 Cadillac, and that's in the top 5. So we've got a Cadillac in the top 5, followed by NRT in P4 in that lovely Acura. P5, I think this is also another NRT team. I'm not 100% sure. They are lined up in P5, and I think we are going to be getting ready to go underway. So I will go back through the grid, but we are double file. We are coming around the final sweeping corner of Sebring, as I think we are ready to go. Green flag racing. Vanguard will lead the way. Watch out up here for the green flag up in the top left corner. Nice little real penalty. I'm not able to move it around. We are now under the speed limit. Getting ready to green flag race. We are green flag racing for the first time here in Sebring for the PHRL 500 miles of Sebring. As it's a nice start from Vanguard Racing Team. They are down into the middle. As it's a great start from the Cadillac team. They're up into P1 from starting P3. So really lovely start there. Looking down the order, we have a I think that's a Bentley. They're kind of getting up the order there. I think they are actually leading the way in the GT3 class, which is going to be amazing for them. But oh my God, that Cadillac's all the way in the lead. I think by a second and a half, or 1 second, you see right there. As I think I've just been nicely joined by Mini Lego, my nice little co-commentator. How are you doing today? Let me quickly just swap this. Can you speak real for me? Okay. This is not working out for me. I love this. There we go. Now if you could do it. There we go. Just a little bit of technical difficulties there, guys. I think you should be able to be heard on stream now, Mini.
Oh, one of.
So that is absolutely lovely.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, you can be heard nicely on stream. Would you like me to screen share for you as well? I think that would be quite lovely.
I have the one for me too.
There you go. As
Right, thank you.
we are coming round to near the finish of lap 1, as it's followed by Chip Ganassi Racing Team. They will lead the way from everyone else, followed by I think that's someone from who does the actual series in PHRL, Mark Shaladi. As I think he's lined up in P2 on this in the Acura as we come round the final corner to finish the first lap, as the Cadillac, the only Cadillac in GTP, leads the way, setting a lap. That's 1.3 seconds faster than anyone else in the grid. There's a few changes, I believe. The Bentley leads the way in GT3, followed by Settler Racing, who started on pole, but has dropped down to P2 and is trailing by 2.1 seconds. So that's not great for them. I think, you know, it's an endurance race. It's not a sprint, so obviously you got to, you know, just ease the car in. You don't want to be pushing on lap 1. Obviously, track position plays a massive, massive part in this race. As I think you can agree, as you are a team owner, Mini. What sort of strategy do you think these teams will be going for?
I think the first part of the race will be so slower um, instead of the last part,
Yeah.
because as it is an endurance, maybe the sprint part we start until from the last stint.
Yeah. As I don't think there's been any sort of position changes. There is going to be a fight for P2 as Vanguard are really catching Mark Schlady here as we are coming near to the back straight to finish lap 2. As, yeah, Vanguard are really closing in. 3/10 separate them. Also for P5, really close, as the Porsche is only 3/10 off of the final Acura in the top 5. So could we actually have it where there's two non-Acura teams in the top 5? That would be quite lovely, I would say. If we can have, you know, a little bit of diversity in that top 5. We only have one right now, which is the Cadillac. As I believe your team's actually doing quite well here, as I think this is your team, right?
Yeah.
In P4?
Yeah.
Yeah. As I think the other one's dropped
And
down.
P8.
Yeah, dropped down quite substantially. You know, I think they started P4. I think maybe they had a bit of shocking lap 2 incident, maybe, as we are now on lap 3 of 135, it says up there. It's 500 miles of Sebring. I think I've done a bit of Sebring racing myself, as this particular track model is quite bumpy. So these drivers' arms are going to be praying to get out of the car near the end of their stint because of the amount of bumps, especially through Sector 3. Really fast sweeping corners. Your arms are going to be tired from all the bumps. Trying to make sure you don't lose the back end, as you know, if you're running a bit more of a unstable setup, it's so easy to lose that back end. I think you could agree, right?
Yeah, I can agree. Like the number 9 car, our number 9 car, has gone off in one.
Yeah.
Probably because of this.
So I think. Okay, so just quickly getting all the confirmation. Yeah, we are looking good from what I've been told. So that is amazing. As the Cadillac's being quite hunted down. I think P1 and P2 are teammates, as they've got C point, and then, you know, the one thing I hate about HCT is just, you know, how it's laid out. It looks amazing, but I do think, I'll speak to Galgos about this later, I do think we need to get a bit more of a custom UI stuff to make it look a bit more SRTV-like rather than using the ACTV. You know, get as our personalization, as I think that is the chip. I think these are both Chip Ganassi cars. So I'm just gonna, you know, if I can get some confirmation from someone, from anyone watching the stream, if this is Chip Ganassi as well, that would be lovely. As the Vanguard Racing Team hunting down the front 2. Could we have a nice little fight for the lead, as the Cadillac car's getting really hunted down here? If they're working together because they're teammates, then yes, I would completely understand that. But as I think we already have someone in the pits, weirdly.
The pit car is, I'm sure, is a Celestia Racing Team.
Okay.
I'm sure. I don't know if the first one is Chip Ganassi only because it's already settled, or it's Chip Ganassi because they call it Chip Ganassi.
Yeah. As one of the Vanguard racing cars here have already boxed. They are now dead last in that GTP position. As we may start seeing some cars getting lapped here. As you can see on the map, P1 is only about half a sector behind the final GTP car. So we may start seeing some lapping here on probably, I would say, lap 6 or 7. As you can just hear how beautiful that Cadillac is. Absolutely amazing sounds. You can hear the just the exhaust pipe is absolutely sensational. I love it. I think in the background there, P4 really, you know, they're still in for a chance of the top 3. You know, 5 laps in, and they've not lost a lot of ground. Only 2.7 seconds behind P3, who's only a second behind P1. So, you know, there's still a quite high contention in the GTP class of a win for any of the top 4, I would say, right now. As it's quite annoying. I can't see the chat because it's just not popping up on my OBS. Of course, the one thing that doesn't happen on my OBS is the stream doesn't pop up. So, which is quite annoying because I swear I always have it on. So, I am probably just gonna have to quickly load up my Opera GX. So, hopefully it doesn't crash my PC. I have a quite good PC, so I was just joking about that. As we are now lovely and live, and everything's looking very nice. Just gonna have to make sure I mute the stream, because no one's gonna want to watch that. Anyway, back to this lovely race. As let's actually, you know, go with, I think this is Team Team PHRL with Lars in the car. P13, not dead last, right in the middle of that GT3 pack. Lost a lot of ground to P12, so I think that's P4 in class. So right now we are P5 in class with the Team PHRL, as I don't think all the liveries are working here. I could be mistaken.
Yep, I don't think.
I did install the liveries, so that's very annoying because the liveries were installed and I made sure to install them last. So I don't know what's happened there. I swear none of the liveries ever work for me. It's like one thing will always go wrong. As I think there's there's a fight for P2 here. Vanguard's going to look down the inside as we come around the final corner. They'll get the move light nicely done. But what about the exit? As P3 will have a really nice slipstream down into turn 1. Turn 1's a good overtaking opportunity. It's nice, fast, if you're along the inside, you know, just hug that inside and you've got the inside for turn 3. Turn 2. So, but I just don't know if that's going to happen. As Vanguard will stay in P2. That's lovely to see. They're back up, and they're going to try get that P1 spot back from where they started. Because obviously, you know, they were quite on the back foot at the start. But they're going to look to get their way back up. And that livery is absolutely beautiful, may I say. All of these GTP liveries are absolutely beautiful. I think we should maybe get a vote going of who's got the best livery in GTP. Because I believe those are the only liveries that are working for me. Let's actually watch NRT right here. Up to P7, were P8, but obviously that Vanguard team did box, so you know, they're going to be looking to get a way up. I think they are catching, and we are now starting to lap traffic. As I think the first, you can see first GT3 car getting lapped here, the Mercedes of who's driving in that Mercedes?
It's Wib, looking low, low.
Yes. So here we go though. So there's a nice little bit of fighting. Let's go on board with the man in P3 in GT3. They've got the Ford Mustang right behind them, hunting them down for top 3 in GT3. So obviously, you know, one thing that you've always got to do when you're multi-class streaming is make sure every class gets a decent amount of screen time each, as we are very early on into this race. We still got to wait for the pit stop phases, as we are going to be racing for, I believe, 4 hours long, which is going to be absolutely lovely.
The P1 and P2 in GTP are very close. I see now they go to turn 1 really close. They just lapped the 16th position car.
Okay, lovely, lovely. As I'm now able to lovely and read the chat. So, I've got confirmation. We have Champ Racing is leading in both classes. So this is obviously the Champ Racing. I think Champ Racing Incorporated, or I think that's what Inc means. They are leading the way in GTP. Absolutely flying, by the way. 11 seconds. That's domination in the GT3 car. In the Bentley. You don't see the Bentley leading quite often. And the Cadillac is the only Champ Racing as well. So the Cadillac is Champ Racing. They are leading GTP. But they do have Vanguard Racing Team in the background, not far behind them, as I think we are massively starting to get lap cars going. Because you can just see the Ferrari of just getting overtaken there by P3, which is Celestia Motorsport. I think I said that right. I may get that wrong, but there we go. There's the confirmation. If you have been watching SRTV for quite a while, I think we've been around for a few months now. I don't actually know. Someone spun.
The Ferrari.
Oh, that's not going to be great for them. Should we go back to them? And it's in that corner. That is quite easy to spin. I've done that many a time in many a sim. I did that on LMU. I bottled a race win in LMU there. So it's quite easy to do. You know, you just misinterpret when to brake. And yeah, you'll just end up spinning. That's not going to be great for them. They're going to be on the back foot because obviously they've got the McLaren behind them. I really don't know why these liveries are working. The GT. Oh! Was that?
Ooh.
No! What?
Yeah.
What's happened there then? It looked like a bit of a lock-up.
Completely straight.
It looked like they just...
Probably
bit of a lock-up, I would say.
were lapping.
I think they were lapping. Went a bit too heavy on the brakes. As it's quite easy to lock up in the GTPs. Now, I don't know what this sort of particular mod has. But, obviously, GTPs don't have ABS. So, I think most of these guys will be, no, I don't think there is ABS in these cars. I'm not 100% sure. I can get probably confirmation in the nice little YouTube chat, because if there is ABS, then maybe it's just a little bit too heavy on the brakes. And, you know, I've done that loads. But that's not going to be great for them. They're going to be really on the back foot there. They were really close behind P6 in GTP. And now they've lost about 2 seconds from that. And they're probably lucky that they didn't get suspension damage. From looking at how they're driving, it looks like they are fine with only minor damage. As the fight for P1 is closing in. As you can just see, all within a second of each other. There are no ABS in the hypercars. That is lovely to know. So there is no ABS in these cars. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because I do remember there being ABS in the cars at Daytona. Now, earlier into this year, we had PHRL do a nice little 6 hours of Daytona event, which I, myself, and 2 others, we had 2 teams called Maverick Motorsport, 15 and 16. And we raced in the GT3 class, and believe it or not, we actually got P2. Sadly, you know, there wasn't many people in the GT3 class. As you can see, Vanguard getting really close to the Champ Racing team there. As they're sniffing the exhaust pipe as we are lapping traffic. And we may even see a move happen very soon. As I think there was a little bit of spin here from the Lexus. As they are, you know, they were red and they're going quite slowly. So I think they've had a little bit of a spin. It's very easy to spin. Was it a little bit of an incident with GTP? As you can see, the Porsche MP5 of the GTP. What's happened there then? That was very weird.
Ooh, that was close.
That was so close. I don't know what's happened there. A little bit of just not knowing what to do from the Porsche there. But anyway, back to saying the Lexus was doing quite well. Ahead of the Ford Mustang, if I'm not mistaken. And I think they just had a little bit of spin, maybe from a GTP or just too much over the curb. Really easy to do. But back up to P1, Vanguard Racing Team only 7 tenths behind. Now, Mini, do you think Vanguard should go for a move this early on? As I think that's one of your teams that's gone spinning in.
No.
And they're down to P6. So that's not great. Your team was
Okay,
running
okay.
amazing there as well. You know, your P4.
Oh, the overtake.
Oh,
for
overtake
P1.
for the lead. As the Vanguard's gone opt for the outside line of the final corner.
Oh, on the outside.
You don't normally see that.
No,
But fair play. I believe it is. I think his name's Sebastian, who's in the car right now. And
yes,
I've seen him race in many different leagues, and he's an absolute rapid driver. I think he's been part of Vanguard for quite a while. So you gotta love the loyalty there, as that was a quite hell of a move. As there's a move down for P5, as PHRL's got a move over the I'm not even going to try say that team's name because I don't think that's 100% right, but I may be mistaken, as I don't really know. Understand what? As there's a little bit of a spin from the McLaren. Just spins all throughout the grids, as top 3 in GTP separated by only a second and a half. And then they've got 15 seconds over P4. So, the top 3 are absolutely flying away here. And you just gotta love to see it, you know?
yeah. The Vanguard is first and last in GTP class. But I think the second team, the second car, the 121 car can go ahead in easily way as the main car is doing.
Yeah. I mean, we did see earlier on the 121 Vanguard team did box. I think they boxed on around lap 6. So they probably they boxed. So they probably got a little bit of damage from the opening laps, which, you know, it's multi-class racing. It will happen. You just gotta hope it doesn't happen really bad, where you lose a lot of time, as the Champ Racing team here losing quite a lot of time. What's happened with? There we go. Don't know what's happening with the cameras today. So, oh, very beautiful camera there. A little bit of glow from the tires as well.
That's good.
I love this camera angle. As I must say, you know, you don't always want. I would say, it's in multi-class racing. It doesn't matter if you're leading. It's just if you lose a position, you don't want to lose time to the guys that are that got past you. You know, you want to make sure you have about 3 seconds or you know, enough time, as pit stops are very vital. You want to make sure you keep it within a pit stop gap. As let's actually ride on board with the Cadillac here, as an absolutely beautiful sounding car, probably one of my favorite hypercars ever made. Is the Cadillac. Now, can I drive it? No. Is it fun to drive? Hell bloody yes it is. As we are almost, I think we're about 20 miles in, probably even more. I don't even know. We should have a counter for this, but it seems to be the Vanguard Racing team in the why does it say Alpine there when it says Acura here? I don't know. What's happening? That makes zero sense. But anyway, Vanguard absolutely flying away over Champ Racing. They've extended their lead by almost 3 seconds. So, that's, you know, quite nicely. Quite nice. As we come on to lap 13 of 135, as they set the fastest lap of 47.1. And that's just amazing pace. Yet they are an Acura, because it's set up top. They set the fastest lap, and it was an Acura. So, I don't know why it says they have an Alpine wheel. But, yes, as most people, I think all GT3s have been lapped more than once. Now, as you can see, McLaren getting out the way of the Vanguard team, as the Champ Racing team have Celestia Motorsport right behind them. So, what's happened there, as they've lost about a second in the first sector. So, will we see a move for P2 from Celestia? As the McLaren probably just staying on that inside line, getting flashed by the Champ Racing team. As Mini, if you could keep an eye out on that gap for me, because I'm gonna move on and let's watch.
Perfect.
Let's watch this.
We are at 50 miles.
We're almost at 50 miles. That is good to know. That's, you know what? That's amazing. I love to know that. Anyway, fight for, I believe, P3 in class, as the Lexus has finally caught up. Remember, the Lexus spun earlier in this race, so they've caught up to this Mustang absolutely substantially. They've just, you know, they've cut that gap down substantially, and may even look at getting a move very shortly for P3 and GT3. And it's quite nice to see. We actually have a quite nicely even split of GTP and GT3, as that Celestia Motorsports on the inside into the final corner. Champ Racing Team will have more speed, but Celestia gets ahead. They take P2 into this race.
I don't think they will. I don't think the Cadiz will be able to catch them up another time. They are too much from the Acura.
But as Lock-in Law to drive through for cutting. So remember, guys, that there's 7 warnings. If you get that 8th warning, then you will get a drive-through penalty. As I think Champ Racing will try and look to get back up to P2, but these guys gotta not fight as much, as you can see, really almost hitting the rear end of the Celestia car in front. That could have been near race ending for one of them. But yeah, these guys got to really work together. Make sure they don't lose out much on the Vanguard that's leading the way. It would be quite nice to have Champ have a win in both GT3 and GTP. But we'll just have to wait till the final lap of the race to see who will come out on top in both classes. As we are early into this race. Yes, the gaps are quite big, but you don't know when the incidents are going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen under the pit stops. So that's really going to play a massive part, as these guys aren't losing substantial ground over Vanguard, but Vanguard are edging out a 10th or 2 every single lap. So, you know, that time, yes, it seems very short, as there is a move for P3, as the Lexus did get ahead moments earlier that I completely missed, but that's going to be great for them. But like I was saying, you know, a 10th or 2 a lap over this sort of long distance, I think around 4 hours, that will add up. So these guys have got to make sure, I would work together in the top 2, in the top 3. Here, Celestia and Champ should work together, as Champ's sort of losing a bit of ground there, as Celestia have made up about a second. As Weeb51 takes their drive-through penalty. That's, you know, better take it sooner rather than later. A drive-through's not race ending,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
a Mercedes.
is. But, yeah. So, what did you say it was, the Mercedes, yeah? Yeah.
Yep.
I must say, I do love the Mercedes GT3. But I don't like this mod of the Mercedes GT3. It's just not my sort of cup of tea.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm quite shocked to see there's no Porsche GT3 cars, but there's a Bentley, but no Porsche. So,
That's strange. Usually the Porsche was taken.
yes, but I think it's quite even split in the GT3 class, where in the GCP it's literally Acura dominated, as
Acura.
as you only see 3, 4, 5 are the only non-Acura drivers. As you can see, Vanguard are getting quite lucky with their traffic management, getting most of the overtakes done in faster corners, or no, in straight or slower corners where they can just send it down the inside. Now,
Can you check the Nissan front?
the Nissan,
The Nissan front. Yeah.
this one, wow,
Yeah,
they've got quite damage on that front end.
a damage. Yeah.
You can see it, yeah. I think they may have said hello to Barrier somewhere
Probably.
in their lap, as that's not going to be great for them. They may get a little bit of less front end, top end speed, I mean, as there's a yellow flag somewhere in sector 3. How was it? I think it was P17 or something, I don't know, but I did see the yellow flag, as Vanguard Racing Team catching the back end of your team, Mini, in P7.
Yeah.
Now,
Also, the NAP car was just behind the BMW. Number 8.
number 8, this one.
No. Uh, Position 6, number 8.
Position 6. Oh, okay. Okay, let me find it. Oh, this one. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
bit of a move there. Lovely. I bet you're going to be buzzing about that, as that's your driver right there.
Yeah.
Now, Mini,
That was a good move.
as I'm really bad with names, tell me, how do I pronounce your team's name?
My team is Cholina Racing Team.
Cholina.
Not Cholina.
Not Cholina. Not Cholina. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my cat name.
Okay. It's your cat's name.
Yeah.
That's absolutely amazing. It's my cat's name. I love that. Oh, perfect. I am going to get the live timing up on my secondary monitor so I can get all the team names. There we go. There we go. One and under, MP4 in the Porsche team. Having an absolutely amazing race so far. I think they started about P6 or something. They are up substantial, substantial places. And they are looking absolutely rapid. As we may see a move for P2 as Champ are catching the back end of Celestia. As there's a move in GT3 between Team PHRL and the Nissan. So Lars, he's going to try hold off the Nissan. As we come down into turn 1, the Nissan's going to opt for the inside line, but they're too far back, I would say, for a move. So as it will be, the BMW of Team PHRL will stay in, I believe, top 6 or P6 in the lovely GT3 class. As you can see, Nissan going a bit late on the brakes. Going a little bit deep, but I think they got a quite nice cornering there as we have the Mustang. Right, the GB Mustang right on the end of the Honey Badgers in P3 of the GT3 class. The Lexus really getting hunted down, as you can see. Top 3, Celestia and Champ. These guys are going to try overtake these GT3s. As you can see, there's 2 fights here. Do we have a pit stop here? There's 2 cars into pits. One of them's me, and I think the other one is Lock-in Law for the.
It's 2 minutes that is in the box, I think, or they may retire.
I don't think they'll retire. It's a bit too early on to retire, but they may be going for a drive swap. As
probably.
I think the closest fight on track is between Celestia and Champ. So this is what you gotta love to see. Constant fighting for a full multi-class race. You can see Vanguard, not having the best start to the race, but they have checked out now. And they are leading the way very substantially. 7.8 seconds, may I say. Out ahead of Celestia and Champ Racing Team. So, I think, whenever we have the chance, an interview could be quite lovely later on. Especially from the Vanguard, because I would love to know their sort of thought process from the lap 1 to where we are right now, as they're probably all buzzing about the position that they are at, as I would be. Just gotta make sure you don't mess up the strategy. As here we go, Honey Badgers and GP, really close here. As, onto the grass in the braking zone. They've got
straight, completely straight,
absolutely straight. Bit of a rookie mistake there, just using a bit too much of the track, getting those left tires onto the grass and going absolutely head on into turn 1, into I believe the hairpin of end of sector 1. Actually, I don't know that corner. Actually, I think it's turn 6. I may be mistaken. As you can just see the Weeb car. I think they're still in the box. I don't know what they're doing. They may be doing a driver swap. I missed it, but Champ are back into P2 as it's
another time.
not another one. Your team are getting so unlucky. As which team was it? That was actually in P4. I think it was this one, right?
Yeah, P4.
It was, this one was in P4. And this one started P5. So both of your cars are not going that amazing, but it's still a long race. Though I believe they made the comeback as Celestia goes for the move. They've gone round the outside, actually. That's very ballsy. But Champ will have the inside line. They make a little bit of contact, but it's not
That's
much.
close. That's close.
It's so close. As we are in Sector 1, really, really nice to see that these guys are giving each other loads of space. This is allowing Vanguard to absolutely just check out of the race. But as we come to end Sector 1, will Celestia go for a dive bomb? Yes, they will down the inside, get the car stop on the apex. Champ tries to go for the switchback. They are almost there. They have the inside line as we are coming around this fast-flowing section, all flat out. The side draft, will it be enough for Champ to go down the inside? No, they're going to opt to stay behind. Very smart to do this, as you don't want to be forcing overtakes super early on in this race. As like I said earlier, 4 hours long. They go for a dummy move. Celestia does not fall for it though. So they actually go very wide on the exit, and they did a bit of lawn mowing for Sebring. Really nice racing there, really nice and clean, but Champ are going to have to get their head down after doing a little bit of cutting the grass. But very, very lovely to see from the two GTP drivers. And let's hope we can get a little bit more of that throughout as Team PHRL are into the box. As don't know what's happening here. Think they are just taking a little bit of an early box as we are, I believe, 17 miles into this race. Do we have a fire in our hands? No, it is just Scrapyard Racing. They are just lapping Honey Badgers. But let's do a little bit of riding on board here with the Vanguard Racing team, as they are absolutely flying away. That fighting between Celestia and Champ really has just given the gap that these guys needed to just edge out and really, really massively take the lead. As Minnie, what do you think is going through Vanguard's mind right now?
I don't really know. Probably the worst part of endurance is the strategy. So they are thinking surely about this.
Yeah.
Like when you do box, when you switch the driver. That's the most difficult part of racing.
Yes. As, I think I may need a bit more confirmation from the people in the stream. I believe because it's 4 hours long. In Daytona, we had to do 3 long stops. I believe in this race, it'll be 2 long stops. As
No, I think it's 3.
If
I'm right, I remember there were 3.
Well, that will mean that you want to be boxing around every hour or so, as the leaders in the GT3 go very wide entry of the final corner. I don't know if that's a cut warning, but as this is a lovely view of the whatever I'm looking at here, very lovely view. I swear to God, the cameras on this is just very funny. There's the GB car and the Honey Badgers are. This is probably a massive rivalry going on. As you can see there, Vanguard 1-2-1. Maybe looking to lap the Honey Badgers Lexus car. Yep, lovely lapping. But does that affect Honey Badgers and let GP back in for the chance at P3? This is lovely. We have the fight for P2 in GTP, and we have the fight for GT3 P3 here. So podium positions are being fought for. And this has happened the whole race for these two. It's the same. It happened for the whole race with Celestia and Champ. So, you know, this is very lovely to watch. Yes, it's a second gap, but, you know, a second gap in multi-class racing is very, very short.
Yeah, it's not that long.
As it's not like
in a sprint race.
As I've just got confirmation, it is 3 long stops here. As we will hopefully, 3 long stops in this race. So yeah, boxing around every hour. Meaning, if you get the strategy right, you shouldn't need to box loads. So let's ride on board with the GP Mustang car, hunting down the Honey Badger's Lexus as we come onto lap 21. Really nicely hitting this apex, using that curb to swing the car around. Now, may I just say, why does this car sound like a Tesla?
Yeah, yeah. This I don't know. Also, the Ford, the if I'm right, the Ford GT3 have one of the biggest engine in the grid, but it sounds so. I don't know. It sounds so electric, as we say.
As you just saw there, the Weeb car, I believe, going very deep. I think that's a rookie team, as it seems like they are quite struggling here. It's fine, though. As long as they don't cause massive collisions, it doesn't matter. If, you know, as long as they understand the rules, I don't care how long, how new you are. As long as you understand the rules, then it's fine. As your team, actually, really close to the back end of the... I believe this is... Let me just get confirmation as I do the live timing, as this is Scrapyard. So,
yeah, Scrap. Yeah.
Noccolina. Oh, I said that. I already butchered your team name. I'm so sorry.
Noccolina.
Noccolina. I need to remember it's Ch. Noccolina. Really on the back end here. Sniffing the rear. Oh!
Oh,
Massive contact there. Just a bit too hot onto the apex. Carried a bit too much speed and just hit the rear end of Scrapyard. That may be a little bit of a penalty towards your team.
Most likely.
Most likely a penalty. Probably a drive-through. Probably not even that. Probably just a time penalty at the end of the race. As it just caused a spin. It was just the Noccolina number 8 just caused the collision. It happens, it's racing, and it just so happened it was for position as well. So, probably a penalty there. But, is there any fighting throughout the grid? Yeah, Honey Badgers and GP. These guys, I have a feeling, are going to be near each other for the whole race. As,
they're really close.
Really close. Not even a second separates them. You would think in multi-class racing there'll be 10 seconds between every single car, basically. But no, not these guys. These guys are going to be fighting for the whole race. And that's what you got to love to see. Even though it's a long-distance race, these guys are absolutely flying. And yes, it's not for a win, but it's for the podium positions. As I think both of these cars have had its ups and downs. Few spins from both of them. But they're not losing substantial ground lap after lap, but they are very behind P2 in class. By about 38 seconds there, the Team PHRL have Lars in the car still. So I think they went for just an early pit stop there. But you know, early pit stop doesn't always hurt. They may have gone for a little bit under fuel at the start. As I think we will be coming close to the 25% mark in the next 10 or 20 laps. I'm not good with maths off the top of my head, but I think it will be coming near the 25% mark, not that shortly. So that's quite nice, you know. What's good, Pablo Motorsports? How you doing, guys? As there we go. As Scrapyard have Vanguard 1-2-1 right behind them. So we'll have a battle for P7 out on track. Now Scrapyard were P5, little bit of contact between Noccolina, number 8. Which just puts Scrapyard on the back foot. Their tyres will be a little bit hot, but surely they'll be cooled down as we're actually going to have a battle for P6 as Noccolina number 9. There's only a second gap over Scrapyard, so this is going to be a nice little tussle as we are on lap 25 soon. Soon to be lap 25. In 2 laps, we will technically be at around, I want to say, the 15%, 20% mark of this 500-mile race.
I calculated the 34th lap, which should be at 1/4 of the race.
Lovely, lovely. There's really close between Scrapyard and Vanguard. So, you know, bit of context. Vanguard, I think they started in the back. I think they got involved with a little bit of a collision and they boxed very early on. Will we see a move, though, round the outside as we come into the hairpin? Little bit of a lockup from both Scrapyard and Vanguard, but no move was done. They did go side by side, as you can just see Scrapyard really, really close behind Notchalina number 9. So a really nice bit of a tussling here as we've got the Weeb car in P17 overall. So these guys are going to really need to be smart about when they overtake, as I think the Weeb is just pulling over and letting the GTPs through, as yes you can see in the background.
The Weeb.
Really close between Vanguard and Scrapyard though. Closer than it is with Scrapyard and Notchalina. So could we see some really, like, already amazing fighting, you know, side by side through, as Scrapyard's gone a bit wide on the exit on the corner, coming onto the back straight, or the penultimate corner, so that's going to let Vanguard maybe look for a move as we come down into the final corner. Vanguard's going to opt for the outside line. Will they get the move done? Maybe, as they'll have more exit speed. Are they going to go a bit too hard? That's so close to the wall. They're going to have the exit speed. Will it be enough to go for a move into turn 1 on Scrapyard? As we come on to lap 24, I don't know if they'll go for the move here. They're going to have to go later onto the brakes. No, they are not going to go for the move. They're going to remain in P8, but they're going to have a better exit. So will we see a move coming into turn 2, 3? No, they're just going to remain behind as they've lost the rear end. As I think they were a bit too much on the brakes. As you saw, actually, he came off the line, went back on it, and then started to brake. So, I just think it was a bit of weight distribution was very all on the front end, the front right tire, meaning, you know, that's why he spun towards the apex, because all his weight was more on the away from the apex. It was only a half spin though, so we may see that Vanguard come back into things. Hopefully,
yeah, most likely the Vanguard. I think that the time for box for it is coming from for whole the grid of GTP and GT3.
Yeah, I
remember
completely agree.
I don't remember the how much the tire was set to lose time in on the lap, but I think it's getting time to change them.
Yeah. As you can just see, actually, just while that fight was happening between Scrapyard and Vanguard, as you can already see, Vanguard have brought that gap down substantially. So Vanguard's found their pace, which is lovely to see. And maybe we've seen at the end of the race them into that top 5 position. But Champ Racing really catching up here, as unfortunately I don't have their livery. I think this is the only GTP livery that's not worked. I think Scrapyard's livery as well, as it says that they are the BMW M Team WRT WEC car, but obviously they are not that. They are Scrapyard Racing. But the Champ have sort of brought that gap down to Celestial Racing quite a bit, but Vanguard are extending their lead quite substantially. So maybe we may see a bit of a fight for P2 in GTP, as the Notchalina car is really doing quite well. Very on the back foot near the start of this race, having both spinning and getting involved with incidents and stuff. But they're up to P4 and 6, P5 and 6 in class. There's very beautiful liveries as well, I must say. Like, just look at that. That is beautiful. Let's watch the number 8 as well.
This guy made it. Mark Alex.
It's beautiful. Well, you tell your driver I love the livery.
You have to wait when the sun goes down, because there will be.
Will there be like some sort of LEDs or something?
The front will be light. just like completely.
Wait. Okay, hold up. Did I just read that right? In the Twitch chat, I have just been told... Oh, no, I think it's a prediction that Champ Racing GT3 will lap P2 of the GT3. I think that's sort of the prediction there. And as it stands, it may bloody well happen as the Champ Racing car right here has obviously lapped P16 and 17 in the GT3 class, and there's I think also maybe lapped Team PHRL, or I don't know where they have lapped up to. Maybe they still need to lap P15. I'm not 100% sure. If maybe someone in the YouTube chat could give us a bit of the information. Maybe someone from the Champ Racing team could maybe give us a little bit of insight, as you can see, Notchalina, Scrapyard and Vanguard all within a second of each other yet again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for round 2 of this fight for P6 in the GTP class. So, what will happen? Will Vanguard be able to get past Scrapyard once and for all and catch the Notchalina car? As you can see, Scrapyard's losing time to Notchalina, but Vanguard's gaining time on the Scrapyard car, as we may see a move coming very shortly, as you can just see. It's front bumper to rear bumper. They're side by side as we come through the Sector 3 sequence of...
That's a difficult part to overtake.
This is a very difficult part, so he's going to focus on the exit. That's a cut from the Vanguard Racing team as we come onto the long back straight. The sun is setting, ladies and gentlemen, so we may become into the night time, which is going to be very fun to watch. But as you can see, Vanguard not far behind. He's going to, I would purposely focus on the exits. I think that was a little bit of a lock-up from the Scrapyard Racing team up in front. As really coming close.
And we getting time.
We are coming close to the night time now, as the Champ Racing team. I've been told to look at the back of it. No Punterino. That is oh, and I've gone to my car. Yes. So this is my lovely, beautiful car. Let's go back to the racing. As the Scrapyard and Vanguard absolutely having a massive tussle here, but this is allowing for P6 of Notchalina Racing to get away.
Yeah, that's route 1.
Which is good for you, but it's not good for P7 and P8 of Scrapyard and Vanguard, who will be looking to get those positions. Also, may I just say, your Notchalina 8 and 9 have been keeping a considerable, consistent pace with with each other. My bad, I can't speak English. There is an image on the back. Oh, and there's contact between Vanguard and Scrapyard Racing.
That was a strange contact.
I don't know what's happened there. I think Vanguard's just gone a bit too heavy into the corner. And
or a brake check.
I don't know if it was a brake check because it was in the middle of a corner. But I don't know what's happened there. Maybe Scrapyard was a bit too slow on the apex, and Vanguard had a bit too much speed hitting the rear end. So maybe that could be deemed as a racing incident.
I don't know. That was very strange.
I really don't know what's happened there, as we had front row seats and really close to the wall there, may I just say. So I really don't know what's happened there. I have been told that there's an image on the back of the Champ car. Oh my. If I just move that, that is the image, ladies and gentlemen.
What is it?
I have no idea what that is. Maybe someone from Champ can tell us what that image is. I think it's just an anime girl or something. Now, I am an anime enjoyer. So if it is an anime girl, then I'm going to be like, that's the best livery or whatever. Wait. So, anyway, back to the race. We are coming on to lap 30 now of 135. As the sun is relatively setting now. You can see it looks absolutely beautiful. If you are a photographer, get the camera out. As you can just see the Vanguard Racing team getting their 20-second lead over P2. So Vanguard 25 has literally checked out. They have a pit stop distance. If it was a sprint race, they would be able to box and maybe just come out behind the Celestial Racing team.
Yeah, that's a long box also in Sebring.
Yeah.
It's a long pit lane.
As I don't know why. The stream has quite a big delay, which isn't the best. But I will speak to Gags about removing the delay. But anyway,
Did the champ just overtaken the GTP car?
I don't think so.
The GTP made a dive bomb and the
Switch
champ
back?
good pro. Yeah,
Oh, lovely. Wait a minute. Is the Bentley the only car to be right-hand drive?
also McLaren I think, if I'm right. I don't remember. Also McLaren should be.
No, McLaren's left-hand drive.
No, no, yeah.
So
So
the
is the-
Bentley is the only car to be left-hand drive on this grid. I believe the Bentley is a British manufactured car.
Yeah, British.
Was So that's going to be very lovely. As I think the stream has hit a peak of 104 views in total, which is very lovely. I think that's better than most of our videos that happened. So thank you everyone for whoever's been tuning into the stream.
Yeah.
I bet it's everyone from PHRL and anyone that's that has a bit of a relationship with anyone in the on the grid. As there we go, the sun is setting and the sky's becoming grey. Not grey. The sky's becoming dark as I believe there is someone into the pits. It says it's a DNF, but I bet it's just the driver change. Assetto Masters
Yeah, most likely
Racing.
it's a driver change.
It says DNF, but I believe it's just going to be a driver swap. As scrap your... Oh! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the Nocciolina car. Look at that
Yeah.
beautifulness. That, I reckon, is probably one of the most beautiful liveries I've seen in quite a while.
I'm gonna take something. I will be back.
Okay. So, I've just read in chat, is Eastblock somewhere in the grid? I don't believe Eastblock is racing this. It would have been lovely because I've a little bit of a relationship with Eastblock as I commentate Oval and their Formula series. As talking about Eastblock, they have Formula after this, which I believe I'm commentating. I think it was planned I wouldn't be commentating it, but things have changed because one, I was gonna probably be doing a league race on a game called Formula or F1 24, but I decided Eastblock's a bit more important than that. So the Nocciolina car is looking absolutely wonderful today, as I think the first of the people to box is the Assetto Masters car. They are now boxed. Remember, these guys were, I think, just ahead of Team PHRL.
Yeah, they were.
So they are now to P15.
Yeah, they were in front of them, of the PHRL team.
So let's... What are these onboard cams? As the Scrapyard Racing team, very close to the very lovely... I'm trying to find a good camera here, but we're just going to stay with really close to Nocciolina. Now, obviously, you've got the endurance lights on the BMW hypercar as they've touched that inner wall on the final corner. It looked like a scrape, so surely they shouldn't have suspension damage, as it was just a scrape. But they are closing in on the Nocciolina car for P7. As well as this, Vanguard's dropped that gap from 8 seconds to about 4 now. So keep your eye out for the 121 Vanguard car, as they will probably make a reappearance as GP and Honey Badger swap positions as Honey Badger are coming in for their pit stop, as we are 1 lap away from the, I believe the 25 or 30% mark, as not far behind, where
We should be at 1/4 of the race in 1 lap.
Lovely jubbly. As I've just read this, there's a Sebring verdict. There is a drive-through penalty for Celestia, as for causing a collision with Honey Badgers when lapping into turn 3 on lap 10. So Celestia's gonna have a drive-through penalty. So this will put them behind Champ Racing. So whoever predicted Champ Racing in chat will get P2. That may happen, as I've just read the Stewart verdicts. So, Honey Badgers says it's DNF. They are not DNF. They are just taking a driver swap. Now, to take a driver swap, if you're new to AC, taking a driver swap in Assetto Corsa, you've got to leave the game. Then the other driver will rejoin. Now, you may be wondering, but Luxy, how does the game know what car to put them in? The amazing people over at PHRL will put the Steam ID with the driver's car or team as Champa into the box. So I believe the man driving the Champ car has just gone for an early pit stop. Not an early pit stop, but a full pit stop rather than a driver swap. So don't know if they were doing a long stop there. I don't know what's happening. But they lose out the lead to the Ferrari 296. That did get pole, by the way. But back to what I was saying. The people at PHRL will put your Steam ID with the corresponding car that you drive in. Then, because your Steam ID is set to a car, when you join, you will join in that car. And that's sort of how it works.
There is a driver swap for us, the number 9 car.
Yep, there is a driver swap for the Nocciolina number 9. They were running P6, I believe. No,
yeah, P6. We were P6.
Running P6, and now they dropped to P8 as I believe there may be a driver swap later for Celestia, number 15. As yeah, they're into the pits. So will we see a driver swap as Vanguard's also gone into the pits? So I think Celestia took their drive through last lap, and now they're boxing this lap. Because remember, you can't take a you know, any sort of penalty. Oh no, they're taking their drive through right now. I thought they were going to be driver swapping, but no, they are just going to be they're just going to be taking their drive through.
P1.
Now the Cadillac does take the lead as the Vanguard team are taking their driver swap, I believe. As yep, you can just see driver names change down here. So Petaloma, Pavo Petaloma, may I just say. I think I said his last name wrong. I'm sorry if I did. He's going to be in the car. Nocciolina up to P4. Remember, this is where they were earlier into the race, near the start. So Champ take the lead of the race, followed by Celestia, which may be getting a driver swap through. And the person that will be sliding into the car is Skip. So make sure to look out for that, as I believe. Now, Skip, I believe you're in the stream. Can you tell me, is it Mark Shaladi that's your teammate? I'm probably saying it wrong, but I do recognize that name from PHRL when I did round 5 at Zolder. Now, unfortunately, no, not PHRL, Lead Poor Racing. Why am I saying PHRL? Lead Poor Racing. That's what I know that name from, Mark Schlady. So I may be wrong. I may be getting confuffled. It may be my little brain. But anyway, loads of people into the pits. Nocciolina, both Vanguard cars. Scrapyard Racing, the 296, the P2 car. They're in the lead as Champ take the lead in the GT3. So there's so much happening so soon. As I'm getting, you know, just
we got a warning for the contact. What was the BMW? If I'm right.
Yeah, you had the collision with Scrapyard. Yeah, but it's only a warning, so
Yeah.
you got off quite lucky with that.
Yeah.
Very, very lucky. I bet you're gonna be buzzing. So that's very lucky indeed. There's loads of pit stops coming through as we're about 10 minutes into the nighttime sequence, and penalty for cutting for number 15 of, I think that's Celestia, but oh no, penalty for collision. So not Chelina number 9 taking their first long pit stop of the race. So they're going to be coming out the pits. Yeah, they are. As Lamberts is in the car now. And look how beautiful that car is. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Very cooked.
Very, very cookery, yes. As you can just see.
The driver of the 8th car, of the third positioning car, is the one that cooked it.
Well, round of applause, everyone. As they're probably one of the most beautiful liveries. Now, long pit stops as the vanguard of Pavel Petloma is coming out of the pits now. Am I right of saying it's Pavo? I need to find him first on the live timing. I need to reset the live timing as obviously it's a bit different now as it's Petaloma and it's, I believe it is Pavo. I actually have a bit of an incident with Pavo in the Vanguard 2.4 hours of Le Mans. I believe it was Pavo that it happened with. Unfortunately, I could get the clip up, but I'm not like that. As you can see, it's getting very dark now. All the drivers are getting on their headlights, as I'm just not going to talk about all the positions, as most of them will be changing in the next few laps, as pit stops are going to be happening very soon, as Celestia now, I believe they're into the pits, as same with the champ number 2 car. So everyone's basically into the pits. I think 1 and under will be coming in, and same with, no, not Chelina may also be coming in soon, as
yeah, they didn't pit.
Finish my coffee. Yes, I did. But yes, so there's a lot happening in such a short amount of time. So let's just wait. Let's just cool down, let the pit stops happen, and then we'll start properly commentating. So we may as well just talk about some random fun stuff. Pavo. Okay, I was saying it's not Pavo, it's Pavo. So I'll remember that. Thank you for giving the corrections. I'm learning as I commentate, which is lovely. As Eric did cook. I think I said that right. I probably did not, because these liveries are absolutely beautiful that he's cooked up. As you can just see it right now. Now, what would make that livery better? Different color headlights. How do you do it? I have no clue.
Yeah, that would have been cool. Maybe yellow. I don't know.
Now, if you do, guys, want to get involved in these sort of fun events, then join PHRL. It's an amazing community. They don't just do endurance racing, as you can see, a little bit of a wobble from that Acura. But what I was saying is, PHRL, they don't just do endurance racing. They've got an MX-5 Cup championship, really competitive. So many fast drivers in there. They've got a GT3 championship, so competitive. So many drivers in there as well. We even streamed round 1. And I believe we may start streaming some other, I don't know what's happening with that. But anyway, and they obviously do endurance racing. They did 6 hours of Daytona earlier into this year.
We are P1.
And right now,
P1.
as it is, not Chelina are leading the race. So they're going to be buzzing, as they'll lead at least 1 lap, which it's better than nothing. But lovely, as I did say, over and not 1 and under, it's over and under. I believe I think they're Australian, as it says right there. They are taking their driver swap, so we will see Champ, Vanguard, Celestia. These guys will Champ in the pits as well, but Vanguard and Celestia, these guys will be obviously moving back to the top spots after Notchelina boxes, probably in the next few laps. It really depends on how well they've saved their tires. Like I was saying, PHRL, they've done 6 hours of Daytona. They're doing 500 miles of Sebring, which is happening right now. This is what you are watching. As well as they've just done so many. I think they're doing endurance races up until the end of this year. It was
Yeah.
till June.
There will be a championship.
There's going to
There'll
be a championship. So if you
separate
want to get,
championship.
so if you and your friends want to get involved, then you know, join the SRTV Discord. We can send you the link or whatever. You know, just get involved because it's a really fun community. Everyone's so lovely. And you know, it's not, you know, it's competitive, but no one's a massive pain in your backside, really. Everyone's so nice and will offer help if needed. Yeah, so you know that's what you gotta love about sim racing is that the community is amazing, as you can see. Team PHRL, I think P2 in the GT3 class right now.
Yeah, P2.
As am I right of saying the Bentley of Champ Racing has lapped every single GT3 car on track? Can we get confirmation in the chat if that is true? If so, bravo! The only right-hand drive car on the grid is leading the way by a lap in their own class. That's
really impressive.
That's more impressive. That's sensational. That is
Yeah.
domination, really. This is Max Verstappen 2023 type of driving right now.
Yeah.
Affirm they have. Oh, no. So they've done... He's also on... Oh, my God. So the guy that's in the car right now is a controller player. Oh, my God. It gets better by the minute. They did do a short stop, though.
Well.
They haven't done a long stop, though. So keep that in mind. They've only done a short stop. There we go, over and under into the pits as Nochlina leading the way. They have a lap over Vanguard, so they're going to be buzzing about that. Look how beautiful that livery is, man. I love it. As a Scrapyard dead last here. As we may actually have a fight on our hands here. As Nochlina number 9, I mean, and Vanguard 121 fighting for P6 in class. This is the fight they have both boxed. As we come on to the long back straight, let's ride on board with the Vanguard team as we are heading our way down into the final corner. Will we see an overtake opportunity, or will we see a move into turn 1? Different lines through the final corner. Who will be able to carry more speed? Who will get the better exit? I think it's Nochlina. So I think Nochlina right now will remain ahead as Victor back gets into the Porsche over and under, I believe. Yeah, the Swedish driver. Yeah. The man that I believe organised all of this. So let's actually ride on board with him. You know, let's give these guys a little bit of screen time. By the way, can we just talk about how beautiful these headlights are? I love a red light. Helps me sleep, believe it or not. But doesn't mean I'm going to be sleeping during this race. That would be very weird. Just a sleep stream, you know? As as you can just really see here. The Acuras. It's a battle for the Acuras here, as we finally have at least. It's not just dominated by Acuras in the top 5. We have a Cadillac and now a Porsche. Let's keep it that way. You know what? Scrapyard, get in that top 5, please. I want 3 different manufacturers. No, I want 4 different manufacturers in the top 5. That would be very lovely. But obviously.
Also.
Yes. What were you going to say?
Also, we have the Alpine steering wheel.
Yep, Alpine steering wheel. Gotta have that in mind, you know. So yeah, you know, Alpine steering wheel in the Acura makes complete sense. But Lambert's, he's looking absolutely rapid. He's dropping the gap to over and under up ahead, and he's exceeding that gap behind. So this guy may
he is also related to Vanguard.
Is he actually?
To have him, yeah.
Oh my
It's really cool to have him in the team.
And he's bloody rapid.
This race.
That gap is coming down substantially to over and under. As you can see, they set their fast lap of the whole race, 48.8. If I'm not mistaken, that's only a few tenths slower than the fast lap of the complete race, which I believe was set by Vanguard 1-2, was set by Vanguard 25 as Nochlina number 8. Maybe coming to a box soon, as we are massively past and coming closer to the halfway mark of this race. So we are almost 200 miles in. As you see, a little bit of a lockup from the Nocciolina number 8 car coming through the hairpin. You just could hear the tire screeching and saw the smoke. Is
Yeah, most likely
over and under?
they will
Behind?
do. The box will be soon, as
Yeah.
we are losing time from the lead.
But you can also see the over and under car is not far behind the leader of the GTP car, the Acura of Nocciolina number 8. Let's give it a little bit of screen time to as we can see the Champ Racing car in GT3
It's lapping another time.
is lapping
lapping another time.
P15 or not P15 but P15 overall in the race. As
Yeah.
oh, that was horrid, but oh, and that's my car. We don't want that. We don't want to look at my icky Nissan GTR Nismo. So you can just see, look how beautiful this livery is, though. So, let's ride on board with the only right-hand sided car in the grid. There we go. This is the camera I want. As I would also like to say, there's been no yellow flags yet, which is absolutely amazing. No yellow
Really
flags
clean.
in this entire race. So,
It's a clean race. It's a clean race for VR endurance.
massively. As I said I would give screen time to the Champ Racing team, but over and under, Nocciolina and Vanguard are so close together. Vanguard will lead, not Vanguard, but over and under will lead the way, taking a little bit of a cut. They've got Nocciolina number 9 of, and then Vanguard's not far behind. So, will Nocciolina go for a move? Let's ride on board with Nocciolina, actually. As we're coming down to the hairpin, will we see a late lunge?
Let's close.
Will we see a nice little move coming down into the hairpin? He's got the front nose in, side by side. Who's going to have the better apex? It looks like over and under, but they're side by side. Nocciolina numbers 9 seems to edge out just in front. They'll remain side by side as we come through the next braking corner. And but the inside here turns to the outside. But will the move be done? Yes, it will. Vanguard may look for the way passed through. This is sensational racing from P5, 6, and 7 in the GTP class. As Vanguard gets their way through. Yeah, completely, really close. So I believe they're still side by side.
Really, really cool battle. They're still side by side.
They're still side by side as we come through Sector 3, but the Honey Badger car just stops the over and under car being able to hold on to that P6. So over and under has gone from P5 to P7 in the matter of a sector and a half. So amazing overtake from Lampert's there, and amazing overtake from the Vanguard car. So
Vanguard.
Absolutely amazing there. So it looks like Nocciolina number 9 are on a massive rampage right now, as they want to get back to where they were near the start of this race.
The P1 still hadn't do box.
Oh yeah, the Nocciolina car leading the way is still not boxed, but I think we also got to say, as the Champ GTP car is catching the Vanguard car. So could we see a potential chance at a change for the lead in GTP when we come to the nearer end of the race? As it just seems to be a little bit of cutting the grass there from Nocciolina number 8.
Yeah.
But look how beautiful this car is. Like, the livery, the car itself, it's absolutely sensational. I don't really know what to talk about now. There's just not many gaps there. We could talk about Nocciolina and Vanguard for P5, but those guys are, they're really close. But I think we should give some screen time to the nice little GT3s there. You know what? Ferrari. We haven't given the Ferraris a lot of screen time here. Let's ride on board with the Ferrari 296 for a lap around Sebring International Speedway. If something happens, like if this gap between Nocciolina and Vanguard closes substantially, then we'll move on to them. But for now, coming down into turn 1, just almost sniffing, not almost hitting the inside wall, But, you know, just make sure you carry a lot of minimal speed through there. Same through this section. You don't want to lose too much speed where you've overslowed the car, but you want to carry a nice minimal speed, making sure you get a later apex there so you can, you know, get a more straight line exit and get on the throttle nice and early. Coming down into the hairpin, I believe you want to brake around the first board. I'm not 100% sure though, so around the 400 board, maybe a little bit later. Getting the car nicely turned in, using the apex, using that inside curb to help rotate the car as we come around this fast-flowing little S section, kind of. Flat through this section, and a little bit of a brake here. I think we brake around the 300 boards, and down to about gear 2, as you see there on the Ferrari 296 dash. Flat round these two corners. Prioritize for the entry for this corner, as it's quite awkward. It tightens on the exit, and it's a nice straight line as we come down into sector 3. Flat through here, and then brake at the 300 board again, down to gear 3. Use the curbs to help rotate the car. A little bit of slidiness from the Ferrari 296 as we come onto the back straight. A little bit deep. A little bit wide on the exit, I mean. As you can see the Celestia hypercar just getting their way through. Skip Cooper making their way through. Past as we come down into the final corner. I think braking and turning slightly, so you're going to be around 50% brake pressure. Down to gear 3, making sure you carry enough minimal speed. So just that's all that corner needs, is a lot of minimal speed. Coming early towards the pit wall, crossing the line and setting a 2-minute 2.39 0, and that's a quite decent lap in the 296. As that Nocciolina number 9 setting an amazing lap time of a 48.7 and cutting that gap to Celestia number 15 massively, and extending that gap over Vanguard by about 3 seconds that lap. So absolutely sensational from the Nocciolina team.
The leader is in the box.
Alright, Nocciolina number 8 into the box now, so we will be seeing a driver swap. So Vanguard 25 will probably retake the lead, as they're just coming around the final corner now. So yeah, they will retake the lead. Well, firstly, they'll need to unlap themselves. Then next lap, they'll retake the lead. But as it's around a minute 50, will Nocciolina number 8 come out in front of Nocciolina number 9 in P5, or will they come out behind? What do you think, Mini?
I think in front.
You think in front? Yeah.
Yeah, most likely. There is 4 minutes, I think. Yeah, almost 3 minutes and 30 of gap.
Yeah. As who should we go on board with? Let's go on board with Vanguard, as Nocciolina's not losing loads of time to Vanguard behind, but then, you know, they're gaining on the cars in front, but they are losing to the cars behind. So Vanguard's cooking this lap, as I believe Paul Gibbs is, I think it's Paul, but I know Gibbs, I think they were in the car since the start of the race. So will we see a driver swap halfway through the race? So will it be 2 hours each for the Vanguard 121 team? As you can see, P3 in class of the GT3s getting overtaken there, as I think Team PHRL are yet to box. But obviously they had an earlier box around lap 15 or so. So these guys are going to be going till about lap 50, I would say.
Yeah. I have to go. I have a match.
You have a match? Well, I hope you absolutely cooking your football match.
Yeah. Basketball.
Oh, basketball. Oh, even better, because I love basketball. Basketball's better than football.
See you.
Have a good one, Minnie.
Yeah,
thank you for joining me. And
thank you.
Thank you so much for your help. Really enjoyed it.
Goodbye, everyone.
And I hope Nocciolina do well.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. As there we go. Nice little help from my co-coms of Minnie. He's the team owner of Nocciolina, as Scrap have a little bit of a issue there. I think they had a little bit of a too fast entry into the final corner, but like I was saying, Minnie is the team owner of Nocciolina, who right now are P5 and P3, but obviously that P3 will change for Nocciolina number 8. A bit about Nocciolina. They did the 6 hours of Daytona, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they had a GT3 and a GTP car. they've done countless endurance races over the course of, I don't know how long they've been around, but I know they've been around for quite a while. I think they did some Formula racing as well, but I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, you know, if you're into getting into a team, Notchlina's a really good team to try get into as a, you know, fast team. As you can see right here, we're watching Lambert's right now. He's absolutely cooking, cutting down that gap to Celestia of Skip Cooper massively. As Notchlina number 8 finished that long stop. Where will they come out? Will they come out in front of Notchlina number 9, or will they come out just behind? We'll find out now. As let's watch them as they are out in front. They're in P4. So right now, as it stands, Notchlina actually progressed 2 positions from P5 to P6. They've gone P4 and P5 after pit stop phase. So really lovely to see from the Notchlina team. As I know Mini will be absolutely amazed with that. As I would be as well. So really nicely to see from the Notchlina team. Little bit of history. Obviously, I think Notchlina have had SRTV on their cars previously. I can't fully remember. I may mistake that for a different thing. But I do know that Notchlina and SRTV have had a little bit of a relationship. Obviously, because Mini is part of the SRTV team. He's a commentator. So I believe he helped with the round 1 of PHRL at Watkins Glen. So I think he helped out with comms for that. But really close, actually. As you see Notchlina just coming out right behind Celestia. So Notchlina actually having a chance at P3 here. As you can see Skip, who is, you know, P3. And is a minute down from Champ. Who, by the way, Champ have cut that gap down to Vanguard. It was 7 seconds about 5-6 laps ago, but now it's only 2.8. So will we see Champ retake the lead from what they had, obviously, at the start of this race? But let's stay on board with Notchlina number 8, as we are coming on to lap 45 of 134. 135, I mean. As you can see, I think that was the scrap car. Coming out, as you can see, a lot better of an exit from Notchlina number 8. They're going to look down the inside as we come into turn 2, and they're going to get the move done, and they're going to move up to P3. Notchlina are absolutely having an amazing race so far. Having a bit of an issue at the start of the race, one of them boxing really early, and one of them having a bit of a spin twice. And now they are P3 and P5. So if Mini Lego is watching this race, he's going to be absolutely buzzing, as Notchlina will take that position back. They're up to P3. Now, what about Notchlina number 9? Only about 3 corners behind. Will they be able to get P4? Now, let's go on. Let's watch as we have Champ Racing hunting down the Vanguard car that leads the way on lap 46. I mean 45. So, obviously, Vanguard have been leading for quite a while. I think they have the most laps led as of now. So, Champ really hunting them down as we will see Celestia are still maintaining that gap to Notchlina. So, yeah. Now, obviously, Celestia did have a drive-through penalty, if I'm not mistaken, where obviously we did see previously Notchlina did get a warning for their collision with the this BMW of Scrapyard Racing. So, you know, Scrapyard actually have a team behind them. Who is that behind Scrapyard? As they are really using all the cars' rotation, as it was Vanguard 121 that laps them. So, yeah, so the Scrapyard Racing team are getting lapped massively here. But, Skip Cooper isn't losing out much on Notchlina there. Little different line variation as we are through. This is probably the trickiest part of the track. The curbs are very deadly and really can mess with your car. So, I'm not surprised that the different line variation there, as obviously it depends on your confidence in the car and setup on like how much you attack the curbs. Is obviously we have Notchlina number 9 really getting on really catching actually the back end of the number 15 here. But you know, it's not a sprint, it's an endurance. So, you know, consistent lap times is what it's all about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eye out on the top 2 as that gap is diminishing and we may see a fight for the lead in the next coming laps. So maybe around lap 52 is where we may see a move be done. As, obviously, this race has been quite enticing, I mean. As, you know, lots has happened in the 47 laps we've watched. As we've had a little bit of a fight P3 in GT3 class. We've had a little bit of a fight through 4P2 in the GTP class. And we've had a fight 4P5 laps after laps. So, let's just say these drivers are not scared to go for a move. So, this is really coming out to be a hell of a race. As you can just see, Notchlina number 9 really gaining on this Celestia car, as that gap is massively coming down. Like, what's the lap time difference? A 48.7, where the Celestia is setting a 50.9, I believe that was. So, a lot different of a lap time. So, will we see Notchlina number 9 driven by Lamperts to overtake not only Celestia, but also his teammates who's in P3? As you can just see, that gap is under a second now. So I bet we'll see a move happen shortly. Let's watch the rear end of the Celestia car, as you've just got Lampard so far behind. Not so far behind, really close behind. As you can see, closing massively in the braking zone of this hairpin. As I'm probably going to need to get a Sebring track map. As I don't know all the corners and the corners' names. So, there we go. As there's a massive bit of contact between Lamperts and the, I think, don't know, let's actually see what team that is, but lots of contact there. Not really nicely for both of them. Ferrari 296 and, the, Notchlina car, as, I think this is the, Mindinus, car. I probably said that wrong. If I did, I'm so sorry. But that's going to really put them on the back foot. That's also stopped Lamperts from massively closing in. Let's hope Lamperts didn't sustain massive amounts of damage, as obviously he would not be happy about that. I don't know what really happened. I don't know if that's going to be a penalty. I think it will probably be a warning, as it's just very iffy. Maybe a penalty. We'll never know. We're just going to have to wait to see what the stewards think about that. As you can just see the GP car getting out the way of Lamperts here. As that gap between Vanguard and Champ is staying relatively the same. Was it a crazy move from the GT3? See, I was looking at my other monitor, so I didn't actually see. So, just been a bit of someone in the chat just saying, as Vanguard has just gone spinning around, almost spinning around, touching the grass there, losing the rear end. Lovely save, though. Absolutely lovely save, and that requires a lot of skill. I would not have been able to do that, I'll say. I would have lost the car. As not much is happening right now. I may need to quickly run and get a drink, because my throat is very sore, as I'm a bit sick. So, not feeling the best, but it's fine. As I'm just typing in the SRTV Discord, a GT3 moving on a braking hit in the GTP who was over okay. So, it's not on the GTP, which is good. So, Lamperts will be quite angry at that. But keep your head up and keep driving. As we've already seen Lamperts really fast of a driver. And he's going to massively want to get back in with the Celestia. As the gap between Champ and Vanguard isn't changing. Now, the Ferrari 296 here is catching Team PHRL. Now, I think Team PHRL are yet to do a long stop. So, don't know what's going to happen there. As, that gap is sort of slowing down, as it is closing down, I mean. As, I'm just quickly catching my breath because I'm a bit out of breath. I had to jump out of bed, get the stream going as fast as I humanly possibly can. Because like I said earlier in the stream, I was just a filler. I was needed if no one else could stream because we had someone else that was going to stream. And unfortunately he didn't show up, which is fine. But I'm just gonna, I just had to take over, and that's what I did. And luckily, we had Minnie, who was there to help do co-coms, which was lovely. Because, believe it or not, endurance racing is so hard to commentate when you're by yourself. So, as you can see, the 296 actually is losing a little bit of time to Team PHRL. I think it's maintaining. I think it's Honey Badgers and GP also really close together. These guys having a bit of history throughout this race and have had quite a bit of a tussle. But let's go on board with the leaders of the race as of now. As I'm going to quickly go shoot and get a drink. So I'm going to let you guys enjoy a few laps into the GTP lap. I'll be as fast as I humanly possibly can so I don't miss out on anything. But enjoy the onboard of the Vanguard 25 car. Righty then, everyone. I am back from getting my drink because obviously got to make sure your throat doesn't get dry because talking is like the one thing I need to do. So if my throat is dry, I'm not gonna be able to talk well. But I am back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely laps from the Vanguard. But I'm back in the Champ Racing team right here, massively closing in on Vanguard as Petaloma is, I don't think he's struggling, but I think he's just sort of keeping a nice consistent pace because he doesn't need to push like it's a sprint. But try and make sure my bottle wasn't dripping. As yeah, just the gap is closing in. As of now, this is the closest fight on the whole field. This is the closest fight on the track. As there we go, GP car. This will slow Vanguard down substantially as Team PHRL coming in for their driver swap. As we are on to the long straight. Vanguard's on the back foot as they got slightly held up from their GP Mustang there. So will we see Champ go for a move? Taking different lines to see about going for a move. Doesn't go for the move. Focuses for the exit speed here as a Vanguard, they are leading the way, but they are basically giving a toe to Champ. So will Champ be able to gain as we come onto the straight to start lap 52 of 135? As there we go, another GT3. Will this slow down the Vanguard car? Hopefully not. The Vanguard car really wants to try get out ahead. But this will probably slow the Champ car as it's a 3-corner sequence. As the Champ car just goes massively down the inside. And we'll say goodbye and hello to the Vanguard car. As I just need to quickly open up the packet. Okay, so I missed that. So the 25 just murdered GT3 on him. Lovely. I think there's going to be a nice little clip highlights of this stream. Hopefully, anyway. As there's a lot that's happened Because I'm sorry, as I am eating, because I'm a very hungry 16-year-old. So, hopefully, yeah. Anyway. There we go. The driver for Team PHRL has joined the server, but really close between Vanguard and Champ Racing, as Champ is going to probably try to look for a move very shortly as we come back onto the back straight. Champ, oh, it's Vanguard slightly gone to the grass there. That's going to slow down their top end speed as Champ going to be down onto the inside. Vanguard leaving just enough racing room as we are coming down into turn 1. Vanguard going really late on the brakes. They're going to opt for the outside line. Champ's really gone for the ultimate inside line. No, there's not been massively any deaths, but there has been contact and spins. But no one's DNF slash fully died. As Champ Racing Team really trying to close in here. They're so close. They set up for the back straight, and then it's so difficult to get the overtake done round the final corner. We did see someone go round the outside previously into the stream, and we've seen a few moves through there. But I would say you want to get it done in this sort of section, into this hairpin that you've seen it right now, as Champ's got a way better exit than Vanguard. Will we see a move in the next coming corners as down to the hairpin, late onto the brakes, but really closing in on this Vanguard racing car, as there we go, really closely in, as I've just clicked the wrong button on my monitor. As here we go, Vanguard Racing Team are leading the way, but only by a hair on their chinny chin, as obviously Champ Racing Team are right on the back end and sniffing that exhaust pipe. As coming round through here, this is a very, very difficult corner, probably one of my worst corners on Sebring, as it's very, very bumpy on the exit. The Champ Racing Team closing in. Will they be able to get a good exit onto the back straight? That's what you really want to focus for. Get the exit, get the main, get the straight line speeders. Here we go. We're gonna try yet again. Third time's the charm, they say. Is it gonna be the charm for Champ Racing Team? Let's ride on board with the Cadillac, the only Cadillac in the top 5 now, taking a more wider line than Vanguard. Will they get the better exit speed? I don't think they will. Vanguard will stay ahead as we come on to lap 53, starting lap 54. There we go. It was not the charm Champ were looking for. Champ's actually gone a little bit deep, blocking up the front tyres there. Not losing the car, but just massively going deep into the corner. That's cost them loads of time that they've massively got up. But look at this. Vanguard 1-2-1, catching up to Celestia, who were in P2 at the start of this race, but have dropped down to P5. So, but Vanguard of Gibbs, he's going to really look for a move soon, as he's gone really late onto the brakes, trying to look for a move, and just had to put the brakes on a little bit more so they wouldn't hit the rear end of Celestia. As we come onto the back straight, will they do what Champ's been trying to do to their to the other Vanguard? Will they try and look for a move on the exit of the final corner, onto the entry of the final corner, may I say? As here we go, round the final corner, a lot more different of a line to Celestia. They'll have a lot more minimal speed, a better exit. Will it be enough? Will we see a move into turn 1 or turn 2? We're just going to have to find out, as the toe is quite strong around Sebring. Very long straights, as that Acura up ahead is punching a hole through the air for the Vanguard Racing Team, as they are separated by a hair on my chin as Vanguard's gone spinning around, as no contact, but it was just a bit more of a loss of the rear, probably under braking. Very easy to do in this Acura, as it's very, very of I think it's quite pointy of a car, very oversteery, but it's very fast as well. So make sure you have good car control, as you just saw there as Gibbs. You know, normally you would see someone do a full spin, but no, Gibbs is a different breed. He catches the car mid-corner and keeps on going, and we'll try again with at Celestia in the next coming few laps. no significant battling is happening as of now out on track. We have been live for about 105 minutes. So, that's quite substantial. You know, almost coming up to 2 hours. We're 15 minutes off of the halfway mark. Here, maybe a little bit more, as obviously the stream started before lap 1 started. So, just having a little bit of a drink here, as you can already see that gap is diminishing between Vanguard and Celestia, as we are back onto the back straight. And the toe is strong, like I said, you know. But is there anything that's actually massively happening throughout this race? As you can't really see that. Why is it putting me to my car? There hasn't been massive fights. May I just say, Lampert's actually, I missed this. Lampert's got past this Celestia car, and it's at a 3-4 for not Chelina Racing. So my co-coms, Mini, is going to be very ecstatic when he comes back from his basketball game, as obviously he's going to be watching this. He's going to be like, come on, podium and a P4 from having a really, probably one of the worst starts in the GTP class at the start of the race. As you can see here, Vanguard and Celestia having a massive tussle. 4 tenths separate them as we come into the hairpin. Probably one of the best corners for an overtake opportunity, but obviously these guys are a bit too far. I mean, Vanguard's a bit too far back for a move. But as we come through this fast-flowing section, it's a left-right, I believe. I don't know. I think it was it's a right-left. What am I talking about? Obviously, we may see. As you can see, up ahead, so Vanguard 25 in the champ number 2 car, really close. Only 1.5 separates them, as a little bit of contact was made between Vanguard and Celestia. I think Celestia was just a little bit too slow on the apex there, but nothing too much, just hinders the exit speed of the Vanguard car. But they're still within 1 second of a gap, which you really want to be, because that's where the slipstream sort of comes to effect. Obviously, it's a lot stronger when you're about 6 to 5 tenths behind, but you can just see there, number 12 GP setting their fast lap of the race of a 2-minute 2. It's about 12 seconds slower than what these guys are averaging lapping in the GTPs, but it is still quite rapid. Because my chin is actually quite hurting from all this talking, believe it or not. So I'm gonna be having a little bit of a cookie because I'm hungry. Oh yes, here we go. I'm going to be a little bit cheeky, and I'm posting the stream in an area where you can self-promo, because you never know. As this fight is you know, really close actually. As we are coming through, we're back near the bottom section of Sebring. So we've got a nice long straight here as Vanguard gets a well better exit than Celestia. Will we see a move into the works as almost side by side there? You can just see the Vanguard sniffing the back of the Celestia's car, as probably just going to set up for the exit as we come on close to the back straight. The penultimate corner. We're on the back straight now. Vanguard's going to be close enough in that little toe to maybe potentially get a nice overtake done into the final corner, or are they a little bit far back as number 4 sets their fastest lap, number 9 I mean, sets their fastest lap of 48.2 there, maybe the fastest lap of the whole race, as Vanguard is just not getting the exit they want, but they are closer than they have been in previous laps. So does this mean they could get their P5? Obviously not having the best of starts. They started I think mid-pack, They boxed early as they've gone very wide on the exit of turn 1 and even cutting most of the grass there. So that's going to put them on the back foot. But they've only lost about 5 tenths, so they are still in of a chance of getting an overtake done this very lap. But like I was saying, Vanguard, this very car, you know, started well, but I think got involved in an incident. Boxed on lap 8, I believe, or lap 6. Dropping them down substantial places back to P8, and ever since then they've worked their way back up, and as you can see, they're into P6, and they are on the charge for P5 here. So will it be done as we come back to the bottom section of Sebring, or the top section depending on how you look at it? Obviously, I'm going off the track map that you see in the top right corner, below all the logos. As you can just see here, it's 7 tenths separate them. So will we see a move happen? As I think they're a bit of a better exit here. I think Celestia's just so good at this defending. You don't need the raw pace of being fast after lap after lap after lap. But if you're good at defending, if you're setting consistent laps and not making many mistakes, you will probably stay ahead, especially in a track like Sebring, where it's long straights but tight corners that follow off each other. As you can just hear the engines roaring coming down the back stretch. As yeah, no moves are going to be getting done. As I'm taking another sip from my drink, as I'm getting a bit dehydrated actually. As yeah, my head's quite hurting actually as well. As there we go. These guys have to work their way through traffic, and I think this has actually allowed Vanguard to really get onto the rear end of Celestia. Will we see a move coming into this happen? Will Celestia go defensive? Yes, they will. What will Vanguard do? No, Celestia doesn't go defensive, though. Vanguard's going to go down the inside. They get to the apex before, but they've gone a bit deep. Celestia gets the switchback done. Will they be able to retake that P5 spot? I don't think they will. So Vanguard will go to P5. Celestia will stay to P6. Let's look behind as Honey Badgers have a GP right behind them. 5 attempts separate them. There is 2 fights happening here in the same part of the track. 2 different classes. Vanguard and Celestia for P5 in class, Honey Badgers and GP for P3 in class. So, absolute scenes here in Sebring International Speedway. So, Vanguard got their move done on Celestia. Few corners previously, but will GP be able to get a move done on the Honey Badgers as we come into Sector 3? That Ford Mustang's top-end speed will probably be a lot more better than the Lexus, or does it equal out? Can someone give me that information? Is the top-end speed of the Lexus and the Mustang relatively the same? Or is it quite different, as you can just see here? We'll just find out. 4 attempts separate them. We're on the back straight. It's really going to be a matter of who's got the more top-end speed as we come down into the final corner, probably the hardest corner on the track. As there we go. Different line variation. As it looked like, Honey Badger stayed wider, where GP turned in and then went wide. So I think it just sort of equals each other out. There we go. GP setting a lap to 1.7 seconds faster than the Honey Badgers up in front. So there's so many fights happening. Vanguard slightly dropped Celestia here, but obviously we have Champ Racing hunting down the leading driver of Vanguard 25, who's driven by Pavel, who is a rapid driver. I believe a top 3 at the VRT 2.4 hours of Le Mans. I may be mistaken. I think he got 3rd in that. He drove in 6 hours of Daytona, if I'm not mistaken, so he's got a lot of multi-class experience. But so does Champ Racing Team. I bet these guys have probably the same, probably maybe even more. I don't know. I don't know much about Champ Racing Team. I know a lot more about Vanguard, because obviously I drove in the Vanguard Racing team's 2.4 hours of Le Mans. And I got P2 in that, in the Praga R1 class. Or R1 or R, I don't know. The Praga class. Anyway, Honey Badgers and GP. These guys are going you know, they're just maintain. These guys are like the same pace, and this is why you gotta love it. As if Honey Badgers make a mistake, GP will be on their back exhaust. The GP will be on their exhaust if there's a mistake made. So GP's just gotta make sure they can keep that pace, but not make a mistake. You can see different line variation here, and it's working out. Like GP and Honey Badgers, they're just contradicting each other. So it's literally, you know, it's the same sort of speed from both the drivers. They take different lines. You know, they're probably taking different gears. But whatever they're doing is different between each other, as you can see. Vanguard 25 loses out on a position. I think they've spun somewhere, as they are very slow on the back stretch here, as Champ Racing teams took the lead and will lead the race yet again. And they'll probably be absolutely buzzing about that. As oh my lord, I think Vanguard had a little bit of a whoopsie on the exit of the penultimate corner. And I've just been told that Champ has about 160 wins in Assetto Corsa League Racing. So let's make this 161, shall we? As they get a nice... as they get ahead, as Victor Bat comes into the pits. And over and under will, I think, a pit stop's happening. They're going to be taking a long stop here. As it's Scrapyard, I think, taking a shorter pit stop. Maybe even have a, drive-through taken, as I think they had a cut warning penalty there. Not much happening. Team PHRL having a little bit of a spin there. But let's watch this. These guys are going toe for toe. Honey Badgers are still leading over GP. But it is so close between the two. As, you know, we are coming through probably the fast section. So I would say the Mustang should be a lot more stronger through long corners. What's happening with ACTV? As it says GP's ahead, but clearly not. Gotta love the little issues you get. By the way, Champ Racing in the GT3 are leading. They haven't took any long stops though. You need to do 3 long stops in this race. They did a short stop, which is smart. They are a lot faster. Take the long stop, go a bit longer. Then you can do 2 long stops back to back and then save the last one, you know, for whatever. They shouldn't lose loads and loads of time. They should stay remotely where they are. They have 2 laps over the P2 car, right? Champ Racing GT3 car has 2 laps over P2 in the same class. That is domination. That is Max Verstappen 23-esque domination. So, I think I know who's winning in GT3. If nothing changes, there's a Vanguard 121 and Celestia 15 are having a massive tussle here for P5 in class. There's a Celestia you just saw on the AC tower taking back the P5 move, but taking back the P5 position. But they do got Vanguard right on their exhaust pipe. So will we see a move, a move in the works yet again that we saw only a few laps previous? So this is quite sensational racing. As, 1/10, 2 tenths separate them. So, Vanguard will actually go for a move in the penultimate corner. Will they get the exit speed? Just enough racing room was given. They will go side by side. Vanguard's just going to slot back in behind the Celestia car. And that's actually right on board with the Vanguard racing team car. As we come around the final corner, I think Vanguard gets a lot more better minimal speed, as they will get the better line and will actually go side by side through to Celestia, but they will take P5 back over Celestia, and Celestia will slot back in. They overtake the lap traffic, and this is just amazing racing. As you just see there, the leading GT3 is into the pit for their first long stop of this race. They have 2 laps over the GT2 car, the GT3 car in P2. So they will come out ahead because it's a 3-minute long stop. They have to do 3. Remember that, guy. 3 long stops they have to do. As not every single GTP has been lapped. I think 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 are yet to be lapped. as we obviously have the two champ racing cars have are leading both the top leading both classes, which is a domination. But I think that would have been a bit more of a fight if obviously the Vanguard 25 car didn't have a spin in the penultimate corner. Welcome, Esport Racing. Sorry, I didn't notice you messaged in chat. How are you doing today? I believe I'm commentating for you later today. As oh my god, I'm eating. There's so much is happening. Vanguard 25 actually has a drive-through penalty now. I think it was taken, so that's why they've dropped off so much. And this does invite the two Noctilina cars to maybe get a double podium here, as I think Pavo is a little bit struggling here. As you can see, that gap is massively diminishing. Will we see a little bit of a move as the Noctilina number 8 car goes round the outside, locks up, the front tyres, goes really deep into the hairpin of, I think, turn 6 or 7. And won't get the move done on the Vanguard car, but it's so close behind. And don't forget Lampert's really fast driver was absolutely storming the grid when he got back in, when he got into the car. You know, so he's going to really catch up as we're going to have an amazing fight for P2 in the GTP class. So this is going to be absolutely sensational. We had this sort of fight previously in the race, but it was with different cars. As the Noctilina car is going to probably look for a move in the next coming corners. Let's ride on board with the Vanguard car and look at what the Noctilina number 8 car does as we come down into the straight before the final corner. Will we see a move being made as we are obviously in the middle of the night? Really dark. Gotta make sure you remember where you're braking. As quite equal on the exit as the Champ 85 car in GT3 comes out of the pits to do their first long stop, and now is on the same lap as the P2 car in GT3. So absolutely sensational that they're 2 laps over the other cars. As Lampert's, the Noctilina number 9 car, is coming into the pits for, I believe, a driver stop. Yes, they are. So they won't be able to get a double podium as of now. But Noctilina number 8, who boxed after Lampert's, so probably will be boxing relatively soon, maybe, is obviously going to go for a move. There's a little bit of content there. What a send! Bit of a late move there, forcing Vanguard off. As if they, I would see the position, yeah, to avoid a penalty. Yes, they do. Very good racing there. Really good sportsmanlike. That's what we love to see. That's what racing's all about. You notice your mistake, give back the position, and that's what Eric Marzel has done there. I probably said that name wrong. If I did, I am so sorry. But oh my lord, so close here. This is lovely racing. As this will be Noctilina's first podium in endurance racing ever. So this is what they need. They even could have a chance at a win, depending on what happens near the end of the race. But they are so close to Vanguard 25. And focus on that exit. Get into the slipstream. Get a focus for. Don't try go for a move in the final corner. It won't work out. As we saw previously of Champ try to go do that 3 times in a row, and they just didn't get the exit speed. But what will Noctilina do? Just going to follow Vanguard through. Focus on the exit speed. Get a good line. Get a good enough speed on the exit to go for a move into turn 1, maybe even turn 2. As we can see, he's in the tow. He's super close behind. Will the slipstream be enough to get him alongside as we come into turn 1? No, he won't. Eric will sit behind and wait until turn 1. As the Honey Badger's car in P12 comes into pits for their second long stop. So the pit stop phase has begun for the second time this race. As we can just see. Oh, little bit of a bit too much over the curb there. Really almost making him lose the car there. Really good car control from Eric there in the Noctilina car. And he's only lost about 2/10 there. So really close to a race destroying crash, but luckily he's been able to catch it, and he will continue ahead and just sniff the exhaust pipe of the Vanguard 25 car. Is the Assetto Masters in P14 set do their second long stop of the race, 2 out of 3. So one more pit stop after this, as my voice is slowly going away, as you can just see the Nocciolina car really close behind Vanguard. Now, this fighting does mean Champ Racing Incorporated or whatever, I think it's Incorporated, but Inc. Will be able to get away. Really, like you can see, that gap is extending as the Nocciolina car's gone really deep, done a little bit of a cut. That will get them a cut warning, and they didn't gain any time, as I believe they even lost time, and they gave back time that they would have gained. So, really nice sportsman from Nocciolina. Both of them, by the way, may I just say, both of them are really good sportsmen. As where's the Nocciolina? The other Nocciolina car finally coming out of pits. This is the man that started off the race. Let's see how well he can do. 2 out of 3 long stops has been done. The Nocciolina car is not doing the best, like a little bit slower than what Vanguard did that lap, but obviously they're a little bit of trouble there. But this BMW up ahead, Team PHRL, is actually going to slow down Vanguard as a little bit of contact was made, but not too much. As race ending, and oh, a little bit of contact on the exit as Nocciolina's gone into the. I don't know what's happening now. I need to actually watch as Nocciolina went over the curb, lost the rear. End over the curb, really bumpy, like I said. Little bit of contact with Vanguard. They touched the grass, bit too much throttle, almost lost the rear, but good save. Now, Nocciolina gonna really have to try get their head down, get that gap closed as soon as possible. Because track position could be very vital here. You know, if they can be P2 before they box, you know, that'll be amazing. It all happens so fast, my little brain cannot compute. I need to get another sip from my drink. When I say sip, I mean like down the whole thing. But anyway, back to the race. As finally Honey Badgers coming out of the pits to do their second long stop. Now, I want to talk strategy because Nocciolina, number 9, MP6, down, you know, have they gone for the undercut strategy to get, obviously they had good track position, they were P4. Have they gone for the undercut strategy so for when the leaders, the top 3 box, or the top 4, or even top 5 box, they would be able to come in and get the positions and maybe even get up to P3. Nocciolina's strategy so far has been on point. The strategy that they did on the first pit stop phase made both the cars get up at least 1 position. So, will that strategy happen again where they can do that and get up 2 positions yet again? As you can see, the oh my god, as a scrap yard racing team car has gone a little bit deep into the hairpin of turn 6, I believe. As I'm getting really hot. As in the UK, it's basically, we are in a mini heat wave, which is not lovely whatsoever. As I am going to quickly go open my window. And you can watch the we'll ride on board with Nocciolina number 8. I need to get myself like a little fan in my room so I can not be really warm when I'm commentating, because that's not nice. Anyway, I am back. I've had my lovely biscuits. Why have I opened the video control panel? I have no clue. But as the Vanguard 25 comes into pits now, will this undercut work for Notchlina number 9? We're gonna have to find out, because this strategy could absolutely be amazing. As the Vanguard, both Vanguard cars are into the pits, as you can see Gibbs just pulling it into the pits right now, and we'll probably see him leave in a minute. The car will just disappear. Or is he just going to do is Gibbs staying in the car, doing a long stop where you don't need to leave? Because there's a few ways where you can do a long stop. You drive into your pit, you do all the settings that you need, and you stay in the car. And then you drive out after 3 minutes. Or you can do what Vanguard's just done, where it's a drive swap. So the driver that was driving leaves, then the new driver comes in, and then they'll wait 3 minutes. They can put their setup on and everything like this. I think that's the case here. As you can see, a bit of grass coming from the 296 there, as we are on board with Skip Cooper for Celestial number 15. They're back up to P3. Obviously, we're in P5, and obviously we've got both Vanguard cars into the box. So, Notchlina number 8 in the P2 spot, coming to lap Scrapyard 50. I think that'll put Scrapyard a lap down from P2 and P1. But are the Scrapyard going to fight this? Yes, they are. They're going to go around the outside. They make contact with Notchlina number 8. I don't know why they're doing that. They are a lapped car. They should be just backing out. As you can see, going a little bit deep into turn 2 or 3. And Notchlina, hopefully they didn't sustain loads of damage, as there was contact on the exit of the corner. As Celestian number 15 comes into the box now, we're going to have to see what happens with Notchlina number 9, because will they be able to come out in P3 or P4? What will happen? I'm so sure they're going to get at least a position up. They had fresher tyres. Yes, they had a bit more fuel, but they had fresher tyres, which is obviously the main thing you want. They boxed about a lap or two sooner, and they've been setting a quite consistent pace of, I think, a 49 or a 48. So that's the pace you want to be setting, as the Vanguard 121's actually coming out of the pits, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, they are. But they can't leave the pits until... Yeah, coming to the end of the pit lane, but they can't leave the pits until the 3-minute mark here. And the Notchlina car is... Where is Notchlina? Is coming around the final corner. So this is going to be really close, as this Vanguard car can come out of the pits now. Notchlina's on the back straight. The Vanguard 25 and 121 are both coming out of the pits now. Notchlina number 9 is going to be right on their tail. Now, obviously, Vanguard 25 is going to have really cold tyres. So will Notchlina, obviously with the hotter tyres, more grip, will they be able to get up to P4, maybe even a P3, depending on what happens with the Celestial number 15 car? We're going to have to find out. It's a 2-second gap between Notchlina number 9 and the Vanguard 25. So, we're just going to have to really find out, as obviously the 121s just came up the pit, so they're 20 seconds behind Notchlina number 9, as that gaps came down 4 attempts in a few corners. Champ number 2 is into the box, and Notchlina number 8 is leading yet again. Now, Notchlina number 8 loves to go for an overcut, and will go for an overcut for about... probably until lap 73, lap 74, so keep your eye out, because they came out... I believe 2 positions, or 1, from when they did the overcut. So, Notchlina number 9 does the undercut, where the number 8 does the overcut, which I just love. The strategy difference between the cars, but the fact that it really works out, as you can see, not even a second separates 25 and 9. So, will we see overtaking the next coming few corners, as also Notchlina is gapping the Vanguard 121 car. So the undercut will really work for one reason of hotter tyres. As as we come on to lap 71, lap 70 for these guys. I think it's lap 70, maybe lap 69. But as we come on to the next lap, as these guys are almost going to be lapped by Notchlina number 8. Actually, as you can see, Notchlina is behind its teammate's car. So, as you can see on the minimap, number 1 is just crossing the line now. So, almost a lap down is Vanguard 25 and number 9. But, obviously, Notchlina number 8 needs to box. So, no. That is, very cool, as the champ car is at the end of the pit road and coming out to start racing, I believe, as Skip Cooper has done the second long stop for the Celestial team, as Celestial's down back into P6. So, Notchlina have a chance of getting 2 cars in the podium spot. As well as this, if the Notchlina number 1 car comes out of the pits, I believe they'll come out ahead of the 25 Vanguard. So, is it going to be worth boxing now for these guys? Or, what's sort of the strategy here? Because, we're just going to have to find out. But right now, as it stands, I think the Notchlina car will come out P8. Oh, no, P2. And, obviously, the Notchlina number, the other one, will stay P4. So could we maybe see a double podium for the Notchlina cars? And I've said Notchlina so many times. But I don't know what else to say for them. But this is going to be an amazing race. And I think we're going to have fighting all the way to the very end. So I'm quite excited. I hope everyone in the stream's excited, because this is probably going to be one of the most entertaining races in SRTV history, on the endurance side of things. As you can see, Scrapyard coming in, doing their second long stop. So almost everyone's done a long stop, apart from the guys who are leading the race. As I was just eating a little bit of food because I don't know. I was not I'm still not feeling quite well, I must be honest. I've got a bit of a headache, but it's fine. We'll push on for, I believe, the remaining 2 hours of this race. So we are around halfway through this race now, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe just a little bit more. So we'll probably come on to daytime in the next few laps, maybe the next 20 minutes. So it would be lovely to have some co-coms. I'm going to ask if I can get a co-coms, because my voice is going, and obviously because I'm doing East Block later, I would really love someone to help me out with this. As, because I'm, my throat's quite sore and stuff, I would love to, get a nice little bit of a co-coms, just, this race is being really, really enticing, though. The car we are watching right now, provisionally P4, but provisionally P4. I believe will stay P4. I believe right now the champ racing team will go back up to lead the race as they are a lap down from the actual leader. A lap and a half, I would say. So we'll probably regain the lead over Notchling number 8. And obviously Notchling number 8 are yet to box for the second time. And when they do, I'll probably be into P2. So I think unless this car right here, Vanguard 25 with a beautiful livery here, unless these guys can set, you know, that sort of lap time of 48.3, a low 48, lap after lap after lap, and close that gap down, these guys may come out just ahead of Notchling number 8. But it would still be a lovely result to have the number 8 and number 9 car in, you know, obviously the top 3, and maybe even get top 4, and maybe even get a podium. As I'm hoping I can get a comm soon, because oh my lord, my voice is slowly going. But I'm pushing on for the stream. I'm pushing on for, you know, everyone that's watching, because this is probably one of the most entertaining multi-class races I've watched in a while. Now, obviously, it's a bit more quiet now. But you wait until this very car boxes. You wait until near the end of the race when we come back for the third pit stop phase. It'll be should be a lot more closer, and hopefully we'll have a nice little battle for the lead and other podium positions, and we're just gonna have to wait to see who comes out on top, obviously. Now, this stream has hit a total of 199 views. We are one view away, ladies and gentlemen, from getting that 200 view mark for 2 hours. I mean, that's really impressive, and I just want to say a massive thank you on behalf of SRTV for you guys tuning in to this amazing endurance race. Now, if you guys want to get involved in PHRL, or in, you know, if you want to do some commentating or broadcasting for SRTV, both Discords are down in the description down below. As obviously SRTV needs some more people, you know, as we want to get bigger, we want to expand into obviously maybe different games and stuff. Right now it's Assetto Corsa F1, and you know, maybe we'll see about moving into some other games. But if you're interested in broadcasting or comms, then join the SRTV. And if you're interested in doing MX5 Cup racing or GT3 racing, or even a lovely endurance racing like this, then PHRL is also down in the description. As I think, you know, if you want to be a part of an amazing community, then yeah, PHRL was the place to go, as well as SRTV. Yeah, I hope we will be asked to stream whenever the next endurance race for PHRL is, because I must say, as much as I'm not feeling the best, this is an amazing, spectacular race to watch, and it's around one of my personal favourite endurance tracks of Sebring. It's a really difficult track, but it's so flowy, it's so beautiful to hot lap, and it's so nice to just lap in the nighttime, as almost a massive incident there between the 296 and the obviously Notchling a leading car right now, but I think that was almost race ending, but luckily it wasn't, which is lovely. Now, yes, we do. We do need these sort of numbers for the race later on today. Now, my question is gonna be, I think we should do a nice little poll for the there we go. I think we should try get a nice little poll going for who do you guys think is going to win the race at the end of this for both GT3 and GTP? I think that should be sort of the question we should ask, right? My bad. I was just looking at some past chats and chat as if you guys are chatting in chat and stuff, I'm gonna try to answer them as best as I can. But I must say the Notchlina number 9 car is gaining a little bit on Vanguard 25, who's gained a substantial amount of ground over the Champ Racing team in P2, which is quite bad for obviously the car we're watching right now, because obviously as they lead the way, they're going for the ultimate overcut. As you can see, Scrapyard back into the box yet again. I think they may be going for another third long stop. I don't know. Maybe they got a lot of damage. I think that was a bit of a tap of the wall there from the car that we are watching right now. I think we should move on to a different car here. Let's watch the only right-hand drive car in the fields. It's right on board. The brakes are not that nice, but we'll give a little bit of screen time to some GT3s. There's not much happening. We can kind of swap between all the GT3s, get some screen time for them as obviously I was just quickly reading something. Don't know what's happened there. There we go. I was just quickly doing a few acts in the I'm just sorting something out because obviously I'm maybe getting a nice little bit of COCOM soon. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Finally, I think we may be getting a co-commentator soon, which is going to be absolutely sensational. But here we go. Obviously, yet again, the Champ Racing car has 2 laps over P2. Yet again, and the man that's driving, Andrew Bayer, I believe, really fast driver. I mean, I've seen him in many leagues, and you know, he's probably going to be, you know, he's flying right now, setting consistent lap times after consistent lap times. Now, will we see Notchlina number 8 come into the pit anytime soon? I think that's sort of the question we should be asking, as they are yet to box still. Could they be going to lap 80? I predicted they would box 3 laps ago, but they have not. So, I really don't know what's happening, as Stefan has joined the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you for finally someone's joined me, as oh, my voice is going because I'm not feeling the best. But welcome.
Yeah, I'm watching for the last 30 minutes. It's looking great, to be fair.
Oh, it's been an amazing race. So much has happened. Massive battles for leads. You know, we've had battles for podium throughout both classes. It's just, you know, and then we had a massive like 5-lap battle for P6 and stuff. It was amazing. there's been collisions, but there's been no yellow flags. It's always been green flag racing. So, you know, it's kept me on my toes. But yeah. Is the screen share looking okay for you?
Yes.
Perfect. But oh, almost hitting the wall there from the Notchlina number 9 car. Now, you said you've been watching like 30 minutes, right?
Mhm.
So from what you've seen, what do you think is going to be the kind of like, who do you think is going to win in GTP?
I don't know. I think Eric Marshalik looks very solid today.
Yeah.
He drives very, very well, so I think he looks as a favorite right now.
I mean, he's still yet to box, I believe, and he's leading by a lap. So we just got to hope that when he comes out of the box, he stays near the top spots. Because obviously, both cars here, the number 8 and number 9, were near the bottom at the start of the race, and now we're 50%, a little bit more than 50% through the race. I think we're at 220 miles or so into this race, and or maybe 270, I mean. And these guys are in P1 and P4, so that's amazing for them. So, oh, a little bit deep.
That was close.
Really close to losing the back end. Now, I'm quite sad I don't see an East Block team here. What are you guys thinking about? Oh! What's a send? Sorry, but what a send there. That was that scared me, and I'm not even the GT3 driver there. Was East Block gonna maybe get a team for this, or?
We were thinking about it, and it definitely it come to the end that we didn't have time to do it.
Ah, okay.
I could have been driving, but I suddenly had to do something else.
Because it would have been absolutely lovely to see the beautiful East Block livery skins, because I bet you would probably do 2 cars. And it would have been lovely to see maybe a GT3 and a GTP team. You know, because I bet you guys would be fighting for the top positions with Vanguard and, you know, the other ones. Vanguard, the team we're watching right now, Champ and Celestial.
You're very optimistic, I think.
No, well, I've seen East Block racing before, and you guys are absolutely rapid. In both AC and iRacing, so, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the only 2 rapid drivers we all ever had are not driving anymore, so shameful, but yeah. But we found out about this race like on a Wednesday, so there was definitely no time to make even liveries for that.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, shame. But we'll see future.
Yeah.
Maybe some opportunity will come.
I believe PHRL are doing like a series for this, so you know, we could maybe see a PHR, we can maybe see an East Block racing team in the series. You never know. But,
I mean, we have a nice history in PHRL, so I would say
yeah.
maybe a little comeback wouldn't hurt anyone.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm surprised there's only one PHRL team actually in this right now, and they're not doing the worst, but they're not doing the best. They're about P4 in class, with obviously 3 DNFs in the GT3 class, I believe. Yeah, 3 DNFs from what I've seen. So, and it's a quite even split as well. I believe there's a bit more GTPs than there are GT3s, but still an evenish split. As oh my lord, Champ Racing is absolutely flying away here. 2 laps over the Honey Badgers. And I think when we come to the 3rd pit stop phase, we'll be definitely seeing these guys win GT3. But what will their corresponding GTP team be able to do? Will the GTP team be able to retake the lead that they had earlier in the race, or will they stay a bit behind and only be able to clinch out P2? I think we're just going to have to find out. Oh.
I mean, Andre is doing a very good job today.
Yeah.
In Champ Racing, so he's a very good driver. We have a nice history together, so I would say he's doing very, very well, and I think this team is right now, and I probably will go on to win the race.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's-
not Chelina Racing has been cooking, I must say, especially when Lampert's got into the 9 car. I'm not saying the guy in the 9 car right now is not cooking, because he's maintaining that P4 spot. But Lampert's went from, I think, P8 or 7 and got 2 P4, even having a few spins, I believe. So, Notchlina really cooking in this race, and obviously we had Notchlina owner do some co-coms at the start of the race with me, which was amazing as well. I love the fact that both of my co-coms have been team owners, and obviously one owns the 2 drivers, 2 teams in here, and obviously you own East Block Racing, or is it like part ownership?
I mean, it's a family business.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what you've got you got your brother. I swear you've got like your cousin in the league as well. It's
Yeah.
it's just very funny, very very funny, and
I mean, maybe Eric Marshall will go on to win another race. I mean, he won many races in the Balkans Endurance Series. He won 2 races in East Block Endurance Series back in the day.
oh really? Oh, so,
So-
he's got a lot of experience and a lot of experience of winning, which is what you love to see.
Yeah, he's very, very good driver. He was always fighting at the front, so
Ooh,
no
almost
wonder he's
losing the
fighting
back
at
end
the front today.
there. Yeah. I was almost using the back end there at that except of turn 7 a hairpin. Really scary actually. There's a collision. GTP and a GT3. It's the Scrapyard team, and I don't know how to pronounce this team's name, but don't know what's happened there. Probably we may see some penalties getting handed out, but just seems like maybe a GTP has gone for a daring overtake, or could be something completely different. How is the number 8 car still yet to box? I swear it hasn't boxed yet. Like,
Yeah, at the live timing it says he pitted at lap 38. So
so he's gone more than double what he went previously.
oh no, sorry, 38 laps ago he was pitting.
Oh, okay.
He's
so
on 2 pits in this race, so
Oh yeah.
and he's now pitting.
Is he?
Or no, live timing broken. Sorry.
Oh yeah, because I was gonna say he's now pitting. Wow. He was crossing the line though. He was on the main straight though. But maybe he'll be boxing lap 84 for the final time. Maybe if he's already done 2 pit stops. But was it 2 long stops? I think that's the question. I don't think it was 2 long stops. I think he's done 2 proper pit stops. But no. We're just gonna have to find out here. I think that was the Celestial car of 15. That's no, it was number 5 of the Vanguard 121, who's on the as they've locked up going to the hairpin, and they're behind Notchlina number 8. So, the race has calmed down from probably the first like 20, 30, 40 laps. I would say were hectic. Maybe even up to lap 70. So the race has really calmed down now. Team PHRL and the Assetto Masters having a little bit of a tussle here. 5 tenths separate the 2. 4 P4 in class. Will Team PHRL be able to stay out ahead of obviously the Assetto Masters Nissan car right behind? I think so. It's very wide from Assetto Masters himself. That actually cost them half a second, I mean. That exit alone. But,
I had a chat with the number 20 car, the Scrapyard Racing, and I can give you a little info that the current driver right now in the car is trying on the controller. So,
is he actually?
yes, I can confirm.
I do know that the leading GT3, the guy that made that got the initial first 2 laps, or the guy that did the first stint, was also on a controller. So controller could be the way to go in a certain way, because I do know a lot of fast controller players. I think Vanguard have a driver, not driving this weekend, I don't think, but I do know a Vanguard have someone in the Discord server that drives on a controller as well, who's also really fast and stuff. So, I mean, wheels are expensive as well.
We had one of the very good drivers here in PHRL back in the day. He was driving on a mouse, and he was very good. I had a lot of respect for him. He was
Driving
one
on
of
a
the
mouse, are you
good drivers.
okay? What?
Yeah, he was pretty good, to be fair. He had many podiums races, so I wouldn't underestimate it. So
That is, that's funny. Driving on a mouse. The only time I've heard someone drive on a mouse was when I did Roblox racing. Those are the days.
yes.
Those were the days. And now we're on proper sim as Vanguard Racing 121. Here to unlap himself. I think they're coming to unlap themselves. I'm not 100% sure, but they are behind the leading car here. But will we find the box? We're on lap 84 now. Will the leading car box? No, they're not. I don't know how they're not boxing. It's been so many laps now. How are you
It's only
not
40,
boxing?
yeah.
I mean, we're more than halfway through this race. We've probably got like 50 laps to go. I mean,
The car
60.
is
I mean,
able to put
or
up
50.
6 laps per tank, and it depends on the tires what they use right now. It's on the mediums, and if you
Oh.
know how to do it, you can hold it together for long. So he's doing an amazing job, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely amazing job as Sata Masters actually taking P4 in GT3 class and P12 overall. So I don't know what's happened there. Was it a good move or did PHRL have a little bit of a whoopsie, as I believe we may start seeing the sun come up as there is a little bit of sunshine as you look down into the final corner of Sunset Bend. But PHRL number 20, oh no, Vanguard Racing Team number 25 really closing down onto the P2 car of Champion Racing. Is this number 14, not number 73 of the Ferrari 296 is struggling loads, having loads
Yeah.
of spins and 4 laps down compared to the driver up in front. So they're not doing the best, but you never know. It could just be a setup issue. Ooh, like this is one of those races where it started off amazing, it stayed amazing, but it's cooled down a lot. It's not jumping out your seat 24/7, going, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's oh, as Andre, the man in the 85 car, is doing a double stint, I believe. So
And P1 pitting right now.
P1's into the pits. Oh my! They've finally come into the pits, and finally to get onto those new
42
tyres.
laps.
They're swapping drivers. So who's going to be
Yes.
coming in? I think that's going to be the thing, because obviously we've for the past 2 hours or 3 hours, or I don't even know how long we are into this race. We've just watched that man absolutely shred those tyres, absolutely cook on track, and go from basically last to first in GT3 class. So even though he didn't start last, he got last by lap 3, I believe, and worked his way back up. So who's going to be joining to replace him? And maybe then
You'll be enjoying his name.
up. Oh no.
You
Right.
can just call him
Yeah.
Mateusz.
Matteo. what did you say?
Mateusz.
Mateusz.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll just say the team name more. But Mateusz will join in to replace you know, and he will go ahead and start driving as we are 1 minute and 20 seconds into their pit stop now. So will they be able to come out P2 and P3 maybe? We're just gonna have to find out, as obviously we are really close to more people boxing. Team PHRL are also into the pits, as you can see. The sun is coming back up. We will be switching off those headlights in the moment of probably 20 laps time, we'll probably have the sun shining down, and track temps may rise with obviously the sun blaring down. I don't know if Assetto Corsa is that realistic, but you never know. Because I know it's kind of like that in iRacing, where if the sun's shining, you're definitely gonna have warmer track. As
Yeah.
obviously it'll
And
be early in
Scrapyard
the morning
crashed
though.
on the last corner,
Mm.
but they look fine. It was probably the tire wall on the left.
As the Champ Racing Inc. car comes around the final corner to come to turn 1, and will probably take the lead here, and will lead yet again in the 500 miles of Sebring International Speedway, brought to you by PHRL. Yes, I said the full thing because, you know, why not? And the Vanguard car coming around the final corner as well. 20 seconds left, so we'll probably come out in P3, which is good. A P3-4 for, you know, for any team is amazing, and especially for this team, because this will be their first podium in endurance racing, that I've been told from Mini Lego himself. How good it feels to have a beer after 2 stints in... Oh, wow. So, the man in number 8, the man who cooked for 2 stints, is now chilling, watching the stream and having a nice beer. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I mean, you've led, I don't know how many laps you led, probably like 10, 15 laps, maybe even 20 laps with that overcut, and down to P3. So the number 9 car will take P2, take P3 here. So but number 4 is just leaving the pits now, and it's only a straight behind the number 3 car, so not far behind. Is number 8 from its corresponding teammate of the number 9. So 2 out of 3 long stops to go, and this is turning out to be a quite hell of a race, especially for the team we're watching right now, as obviously first podium in endurance racing they will have, and we just got to watch out as Vanguard 121, 3.5 seconds behind the number 8 car that just came off the pits. So just watch out for that gap, everyone. As if that closes, we may have a hand, we may have a fight for P4, which is kind of what I want. I want fights. Fights are fun. But right now, this race is going quite well, as the 85 car is 2 laps over Honey Badgers in P2 in the GT3 class. Ooh, this is a lovely race, really quiet. That's the sort of racing I love. I'm just gonna put a bet on right now, Stefan, that when I do East Block later today, it's not gonna be like this.
Yeah.
Because isn't
Well,
it a
we'll
street
see.
track? Isn't it like really tight of a track, right?
It's city circuit, yeah, close to the walls, and we have 20 drivers on the grid today.
20.
It's a new record for the East Block League, so I'm looking forward to this.
Oh my! So am I. Oh my god! I may as well stop commentating this and get my voice going, getting better, so I can do eSport later. But no, no, my voice will be better by then.
I mean, you have 3 hours to that, so.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got about an hour to go in this race, maybe a little bit less. And really, just everything sort of panning out. Not many close gaps, apart from P45. As obviously we have Vanguard 1, 2,
Yeah,
1.
but they are on different strategies, so.
On different strategies, but obviously the car we're watching right now is on colder tyres, so you know.
I would like to know the strategies, because how is number 25 car with 11 pit stops in P2?
They haven't done
Like-
11 pit stops. I think it includes the because that's weird for me as well. I think it includes the amount of pit stops they did in qualifying.
That doesn't make sense, but okay.
Well, yeah, but I don't know because
I mean, but the number 8 car has only 3 pit stops, so.
well,
That's.
I don't
weird.
know, to be honest. I don't know what's happening there actually. Yeah,
Oh, there is a contact.
whereabouts?
The number 8 car crashed into the honey badgers. So, a little bit of damage on the effective leaders.
Yeah. You can kind of see it. It's quite difficult because obviously their livery, it glows when it's dark, and so it's quite difficult to see that front end. But yeah, you can see it slightly. There is a little bit of front end damage there, but not enough to cause much pain and stuff. But you can see Vanguard 121 closing in on the not. Why can't I was saying his name fine, but now I can't remember to say it. I need to look at the lifetime again. Bruh, I can't say that. What has happened to my brain? I can't say Mini Lego's team anymore. What is wrong with me? But anyway, the sun is not Chelina. There we go, not Chelina. Yes, the sun's coming up. Not Chelina. I've got to watch out. As a little bit of locking up. Look, it looked like the gate, like that car was almost about to spin. I don't know what happened there, but anyway, Vanguard 121, really close behind, and we may see a little bit of a fight here. As
can maybe win the race for the number 8 car.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that number 8 car went for a hefty overcut. So we just got to figure out. We just got to, you know, look at what happens near the end of this race. Is that Vanguard 25 sent an astounding 48.3 on I don't even know how long ago they boxed, but I think they've been on that tyre for at least 10 laps, so they
20.
are cooking.
They have 20 laps all tires, and they caught up 3 seconds in the last 4 laps. They are lapping very well compared to the number 2 car.
Yeah, they are lapping sensationally compared to number 2. I mean, number 2, I think they're not pushing. I think they're just sort of making sure they don't get any penalties or anything. So they may be close to that cut warning penalty of a drive-through, but they could also maybe just be saving the tyres and maybe go for a little bit of an overcut until the final pit stop phase, where you probably won't need to do a full fuel tank. So they may want to try extend it so they can put less fuel in the car, meaning their car will be effectively lighter and quicker in straight lines and in, you know, slower corners and faster corners and stuff. That's probably what they're going to go for. As we are on board with the Vanguard 121 car that's trailing the Nochlina number 8, 4P4, and then we've got the number 9 car about 12 seconds up the road. So maybe with the Vanguard's pace, as of now, will the Vanguard be able to catch not only Nochlina number 8, but Nochlina number 9 as well? We're going to have to find out. It could be very close here. There's really nice lines though. Like, then there's not much different variation between the 2 cars here, taking relatively the same line. So the Vanguard's gone a little bit deep through that corner there. But it seems like they actually gained on the exit there. Ever so slightly, yeah. Half a tenth gained. Maybe even a tenth gained there. So, is the Nochlina kind of struggling? Or are they just trying to save fuel? To, you know, just do what? Maybe, you know, save fuel. Go for the another overcut as we have 45 laps left of this race remaining. So about, I don't even know. I don't know the sort of correlation with laps and miles, because I don't even know how many miles the track has for 1 lap. Because
I mean, it should be 75 minutes to the end.
75 minutes to the end, crikey. So an hour and 15 minutes until this race is over, and someone will be crowned a winner. No, 2 people will be crowned a winner, as there's obviously 2 classes here. As of right now, as it stands, it will be the 85 of Champ Racing in the only right-hand drive car. As it's quite weird, as you can see right there, right-hand drive. So, you know, personally, when I'm racing, I'm used to a nice little left-hand drive, you know, the typical. But no, the people over at Bentley thought it would be cool to do right-hand drive, which is unique, and they are the only right-hand drive car out on track. So not only are they that, but they are leading in by 2 laps, which is amazing. They are the only car to have a lead this large. Because obviously the number 2 car has only 20 seconds up ahead. As obviously the 121's really catching the Notchlina racing car now. So let's ride on board with this as we are. No, the sun is coming up. The headlights are off. And it seems like it's a better exit from the Vanguard car as we come down, racing towards Sunset Curve or Bend or whatever you want to call it. As the Notchlina car goes defensive, Vanguard will try edge around the outside. It won't work though. They won't be able to get fully alongside. We're so close there to making slight contact, and the Notchlina will remain ahead. But will they be ahead as we come into turn 1? Vanguard will go for a send down the inside. Will Notchlina holds it around the outside? What's happening here then? They make contact on the exit. Yeah, pushed him off. Notchlina's going to stay round the outside. Will we see a switchback move? There's a car spun. And what a little bit of racing that was. Vanguard coming out on top. But it's not ended here. Notchlina still in the tow as we come into the turn 7 hairpin. As I can barely speak now. As Notchlina looks like that was close to a rear end thingy. I don't know if you were in the stream when that happened, but I think it was actually this very car. But the Notchlina number 8 or number 9, I don't fully remember. It was the number 8. It caused a collision with the Vanguard, with another car. At around 30 minutes into the race, and oh, there's contact! Oh my! What's happened there then? Massive contact between Vanguard and Notchlina.
That's definitely on the number 8, like 100% fault.
Whew, that is not going to be good. Will that be a penalty? Will that be a drive-through? Will that be like a 20-second penalty for causing a massive collision there? And we're just going to have to find out, as obviously both the number 8 and the 121 are gaining on the Notchlina number 9. So there was time gained on the cars ahead for the podium spots, but that's not going to be great for Vanguard, and I believe Gibbs will be furious and probably said a few nasty words to whatever that Notchlina was thinking. But I believe it or not, I believe we're going to be coming to the 3rd pit stop phase very soon, as we are on lap 92. Some cars may go for an early pit stop and go to the end. Some cars may go for a midway pit stop around lap 105 and go for 30 laps on. That's sort of when it will start. Is around about lap 100 is when the pit stops will probably start rolling in. But we're just going to have to watch out and find out. As now there's no really fighting throughout the grid anymore. I think that was very tasty, but quite devastating for the Vanguard car.
Number 25 is lapping amazing. He's essentially the quickest car right now on the track.
That gap
by maybe one or 2 seconds. So
I mean, that gap's been coming down a second lap relatively. I mean, 16.3 the gap is to Champ in the lead. So it is, like you said, the quickest car on track right now. And look at that beautiful livery.
Number 8 drive for cutting.
Oh, so that's for cutting, but would there be an extra penalty for causing a collision with the other cars there?
I mean, it can only come after a race, as I think this race doesn't have race director, if I'm right.
It does. Penalties can be I can see when there's like Sebring verdicts and stuff.
But it's probably after the race, isn't?
No, drive through for penalty. Like, with Celestia had 15. The guys in P6, they had a drive through because of something that happened in lap 10.
Oh yeah, I understand. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not really a real penalty. I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, but I think number 8 now ruined his race by that. Maybe he needs to hope for some drama at the end for the leaders, but I think that's now gave the number 2 car probably lead.
Yeah.
But the number 25 is cooking, so I would not count an out of the race.
No, I really
As they're
would not.
still lapping 2 seconds quicker than the leaders.
Yeah, but I think not cheating in number 8 now out of the pits, and still's got a hefty gap behind them, but they've got a lot of ground to cover after obviously having that unfortunate collision. I think which they probably did as the number 9 car, P1 in GT3 is now into the box. They have 2 laps over for whatever the Badgers will do. Now, 125 has a drive through for cutting as well, so we'll probably see them serve that this lap. So, will the number 8 come out ahead after the drive through is served?
The number 25 is actually looking very solid right now, and I
Yeah.
even wonder if they can somehow outrun the number 2 car by some undercut, as they are two laps earlier in the pits than the number 2 car.
Yeah, and
So-
there we go. Number 8 is back ahead of the 21. The not 21, but the 121. As the GP car is also into the pits. As we have the number 9, I think, coming near the end of the pit road. Yeah, they're out of the way. You are allowed to come to the end of the pit road, but you can't cross the pit line until you see 3 minutes in. So the 85 has to wait another 29 seconds till they can cross that pit line wall. And then that's when they will serve their long stop. So that's why we have the 85 waiting right at the end of the pit road here. And we're just going to wait 15 seconds. And I believe they will remain ahead. Let's watch the Honey Badgers as they come to cross the line. But don't think they'll be taking the lead here. But they in class, but they will be unlapping themselves. So they are on the lap that car 85 is on. But obviously car 85 will be leaving the pits really shortly. It's, probably in the next few seconds actually. But let's watch the 121. Cutting that gap down is now 8.4 seconds, and I've just swapped to myself by accident, clicking the wrong function key. So there we go. As yeah, 2 out of 3 for the Champ 85 car. Surely that's meant to be more though. No, it is 2 out of 3. They will still need to do one more long stop. So, because they've done 3 pit stops in this race, but 2 of them were long stops if I'm not mistaken, as Assetto Masters are also into the pits, and they may be getting a driver stop as well. Same with the GP car. So, still a fight for P3 in the GT3 cars, but I think the fight for P1 is relatively over, as the Honey Badgers are quite in the lead here. Not in the lead, but quite far behind here. So I think they're almost a full lap behind.
It's gonna be an interesting fight, as I think the leaders are saving the tires. Meanwhile, the number 25 is pushing the car to absolute limits, but they're still lapping 1 second lap quicker. Maybe they the number 2 car can underestimate it and lose out on an easy win. This looks very, very interesting.
Yeah, like yeah, 25's absolutely fast. Probably the fastest car out on track, and I would say that
Yes.
the Vanguard 121 is probably the second fastest because that gap to the number 8 car is coming down rapidly. But yeah, will this the 2 car of Champ Racing, will they be able to hold out, or will we find that the car we're watching right now, the Vanguard 25, will they be able to find the time, the 12 seconds here, to obviously retake this lead? And I would just like to say, Stefan, we may be getting a nice little third man coming in, as my voice is slowly dying, and I really want to go to toilet and stuff, so I'm going to get a third man in. As my voice is slowly going, as you probably can tell. So I'll be able to do cameras and stuff, but you know, I may talk here and there, but I really want to try and calm my voice down. So yeah.
The number 25 is holding the fastest lap by nearly a 6/10, so no wonder they are quickest at the track right now by over a second, and they are still pushing. So
Yeah, as
we'll
well
see if
as
number 2 car can factor this in the strategy, maybe react to this.
yeah. Also, number 15 of Celestial Racing, the guys that were fighting for a P3 near the start of this race are into P7 as they are doing, I think, their third and final long stop of this Grand Prix, or not Grand Prix, but of this massive endurance race. Why did I say Grand Prix there? I have no idea, but that gap is coming down. It was 12.5 seconds, it's now 11.5 seconds, so a second a lap will mean in about, I would say, 15 laps time, we may see a fight for the win between Champ Racing 2 car and the Vanguard 25 car. As
Yeah, they are on a third lap long stint now, so it's coming now to the pit lanes, to the pit strategies and pit window open probably at the moment. So let's see who saved the tires more.
yeah. So that gap now is being dropped by 2 seconds this lap between the Champ Racing team and the Vanguard 25 car. So Celestia, Mark Sladdy, comes back into the car. He's the one that started this race. He was the one that was near the top spots at the start of this very race. So will he be able to come back and maybe get the car back into the top 5 spots, maybe top 3? We're just going to have to wait. I mean, he is a lap, 2 laps down, I believe. When he comes out the pits. So it will be a close call, but I think he could clinch out top 5 there. That's all. I think someone's just gone wide there. Mark Schladdy's out of the pits. 3 out of 3 long stops have been completed now. So we are getting ready to... obviously, he's not going to have to box anymore. I don't think over and under are either. The only Porsche team in the field, and are nicely in P6. They were at P4 near around lap 20, but have sort of dropped down the order ever so shortly. But obviously, P6 is still not a bad result, especially with Sebring, which is quite oddly very physically demanding track with all the bumps, especially in that first section. And when you come out of the Le Mans corner of second last corner and Sunset's really bumpy and really difficult to get right. So
Yeah, definitely.
gotta make sure your arms aren't gonna fall off at the end of this race, as this track is absolutely bumpy as yeah.
From my experience, I can say that even Nürburgring 24 was much easier than Sebring 12 hours. As the Sebring is very, very interesting track. Maybe it's because we had rain, but it's still very, very interesting racing track. And the last corner in the wet is brutal. It's hard in the dry, it's even harder in the wet, and one little mistake, you are in the wall, and your race is gone. Oh, had a little jump there for the number 6 car,
They
sorry,
are
number
coming in.
56. And they're coming in again. Maybe Victor will get back into the wheel.
Yeah. Now the gap between the number 8 and the number 121 is relatively stayed the same, maybe even dropped off a little, but that gap between P1 and P2 has dropped significantly, and really we're gonna have a fight on our hands in the next coming few laps, I must say.
I think there was a mistake, as the leaders had 51, and it's 2 seconds slower than the number 25, and that looks very, very good for the P2 in the class, and P2 overall, obviously.
Yeah.
But we'll see. There is a little traffic ahead for the leaders, so maybe that can even help. And maybe we will see another fight, but it's close to the pit window. So maybe it will be fight in the pits.
Yeah. Who's gonna come out on top after the pit stop phase? We still have almost. We're coming to the 100 lap mark, so I think we're gonna be around mile 400 or so. Maybe even mile 450 or something. I don't really know. I don't know how you convert laps to miles or whatever, but what I'm trying to say is coming near the end of the race, and the gap's dropped from 7 seconds this lap to 5.2. So we're definitely
They
gonna
got
have
stuck
a
between
fight.
G3 in the sunset bend, so and now they have to go through the G3s again, which is very, very hard in these corners as they are very, very tight. And little contact, look at this. The Spanish team not giving them his time. And number 25 will definitely go quick and start to catch up.
Number 25 also really lucky here, doing most of the overtaking with this GT3 traffic in the corners where you don't really got to brake, or in corners like just there where it's a flat corner. He's gonna have the Spanish team right in front, who's obviously he's gonna probably get them in the braking zone and move up quite quickly, whereas obviously the man driving in the champs car obviously had a bit of an issue coming into turn 2 and got held up quite substantially, and that's costed him about 2 seconds already. So I think we're just gonna have to really just wait and see what happens in the next few laps.
Flying. Last lap he had 47.7, which is 5/10 slower than the fastest lap overall. He's very, very, very solid right now, and I would say that the leaders are very, very under pressure. There was close rejoin in the last corner before the sunset bend. There was a spinning GT3, and luckily the leaders survived. But look at it, they're the same straight, and now in sunset bend, both of the cars coming in. I don't even wonder if it's in next 5 laps or so.
I would say the next 2 laps, though, we may see a little bit of fight, because that gap, like, look at the lap time difference. 2.6 seconds that lap was the lap time difference, and that's 1 from the traffic, and 2 probably just from raw pace. I mean, maybe that champs car up in front is maybe got a little bit of damage. It doesn't look like it, but that could be the reason for a lack of pace, or maybe this car is probably gonna try extend the fuel, extend the tires where they're not pushing, and may go for the overcut and try get it where they don't have to put a full tank of fuel on, meaning the car will be lighter and all of this and that. There's a bit of a lockup through turn 7 there. That's definitely going to let 25 get really close there. 2 seconds separate them with a lap GTP in between them. So could we see a little bit of kerfuffle with this lap GTP?
It's going to be close. There is a rejoining GT3 ahead, so little traffic for the leaders.
Most definitely.
But there is the Gibbs racing car, or who is it, in the middle, so that can also give a problem for the number 25.
It is it's a teammate of the 25, so maybe would the 121 give a tow to the 25
Yeah.
and help out for this win? as there's a Mustang in the way. That's going to harm number 2 car. But yet again, the 25 is going to just come out with luckiness and not get affected massively by the Mustang there. So
Now maybe the teammates will help by the sunset bend. They will send it down the inside.
slowing
They
up for
can-
number 2.
Yeah, if they can park the car on the inside. Yeah, now 25 is right behind him. Look at this.
Let's go
This
on
is gonna
board
be
with
very close.
Let's ride on board with the 25 here. Actually, let's do this camera. As you see the champ number 2 car get a worse exit than the 25 as we come into turn 2. Will we see a dive bomb? No. The 25 is just going to sit behind, probably try and go for a little bit of a baited move, maybe set up the car so they get a better run through here towards turn 7 as the number 2 up ahead gets a really nice exit. But I think the 25 gets a better exit. We come to the hairpin. Will we see a lunge? The 2 goes defensive as we come through turn 7. Will we see a switchback move? Or tries to go for the switchback, but then the champ car gets the car slowed down. Coming through this little fast chicane, the right left. The corner name says it's a chicane. As we come through into, I believe, turn 9, there's a little bit of contact on the entry of the corner. Ooh, that was a bit iffy. Could have been race ending for both the champ and the Vanguard car. As the Vanguard really wants to try and get ahead. Brakes early. Goes maybe for the better exit. The champ car goes deep, but it will remain ahead. This is sensational racing, and we may
Can
see.
afford it.
Yeah.
2-minute gaps behind. They have clean air for next probably 7 laps.
So there was a
And
little bit of
little
contact
bump.
there. But as we come through the Le Mans corner, long straight down into Sunset Bend. Now, the Vanguard car will have the tow massively, whereas the Champ car won't have no tow from the 121 up ahead. So, will we see a move
Send it.
into the final corner? Early braking. Champ's gone a bit late on the brakes. Gonna have to overslow the car to make the corner work out for him. But it doesn't really, as now the Vanguard car is probably gonna be able to go for a move in the next coming few corners. But this is sensational
wait.
racing and a really good defending from the Champ car. As we come around turn 1, the Vanguard car is sniffing the exhaust pipe. And let's go back onto the broadcast camera as we come through turn 2-3 area. And the Vanguard car still remains behind. Will we see a move into the hairpin?
No, he will park in on the inside. Look at this. He's already on the right side. He will not give him the inside. Obviously, it's very good position to pass. And I would say wait for the sunset bend. Maybe try to get a move. There is not much spaces left on the track. But the number 2 is doing amazing defense right now, and obviously Sebring is not the easiest track to pass unless you have a top speed, which they have pretty similar. But we'll see. If I was the number 25 car, I will wait for the sunset bend, then I will send it probably around the outside, as the number 2 will definitely not give you any the space on the...
Oh, the
And
number
he
2's
made
gone
mistakes, yeah.
wide though. Yeah, now the 25 will
And he
take
takes
the lead, and then the number 2 will slot in behind. But this fight's not over. They are so close together. The number 2 still got the pace. Will this car be able to get the tow into Sunset Bend? And will we see a move back for the lead? These guys were fighting previously in this race. There was a bit of a quiet period, a bit of a ceasefire, you could say, and now they're back at it. You could say they're back at war.
But now number 25 is in a clean air, which is a huge mistake for the number 2. And he's going into the pit!
They're both
Both of the cars
boxing.
going into the pit!
Oh, who's going to come out? Who's going to get the better stop? I think that's going to be the question. But, I mean, they're both boxing on the same lap, so we're probably going to have fighting until the end of the race. So, this is going to be a very interesting race we have, ladies and gentlemen. As the
Number 2 switching drivers.
they're both switching drivers.
Both.
So,
Interesting.
this is a very interesting race, as the 125's also into the picks, but also Lampert's is back in the car. This man was the man I was talking about earlier, massively fast driver, was absolutely cooking and was on a rampage when he was in the car previously. He's back in the car now. Will he be able to come back and retake for P4? And would we maybe even see a P3 spot here, as this is as Lampert's was massively fast earlier in the race, and let's hope he can carry that speed yet again. As yeah, this league is amazing, and if anyone in the stream wants to get involved, the link to the Discord is down into the description, and just say you came from the SRTV broadcast, and that would be amazing. As the Cadillac, the only Cadillac, may I say, the only non-Acura branded car in the top 5, is at the end of the pit road before the Vanguard 25 car. These guys are waiting to do a long stop, as both of these need to do the long stop, as Pavo is back into the car. He was cooking when he was in the car previously, but it wasn't a driver swap for the Champ car, where it was a driver swap for the Vanguard car, as I've already forgot how to say this team's name again, but they take the lead yet again, and guess what? It's the number 8 car. They will lead the way, and remember, this team's known for doing a long stop. This particular car, every single time they've gone for a long stop, they still need to box again, though. They've boxed 3 times, only 2 of them was a long stop. I think if you don't complete all 3 long stops, you get like a 15-20 second pen, maybe even more.
You get disqualified, I think.
Oh, you get disqualified. That's even worse. So,
I mean, that's the default settings.
yeah.
We'll see. But I think I don't know how the other one got driver is quick, but it's pretty weird that he's switching drivers now. He was in a very, very good drive, and he was quick. So, we'll see how those 2 will go.
There we go. Lampert's back up to P4, and he's on the lead lap. So he's ahead of Pavo, who's in the 1-2-1. And this is a cold photo. Someone get a photo of this, because oh my lord, it's the Champ car. It's the 1-2-1. Obviously, different laps between them, I believe. Because obviously one's 5th and one's 2nd right now. What about the 25? The 25 is coming near the end of the pit lane. But does the Champ car know to start going yet? Or are we going to have a cold photo here? As the 1-2-1's ready to go. The Vanguard's ready to go. The Vanguard will take a Gibbs. Yeah, 1-2-1 is out. The Vanguard 25 of Pavo's out. And he's head of the Champ's car. So,
yeah, he got a little bit done, so no mistakes there. There was a very, very well timed, so number 25 will now lead effectively.
And so here we go. 30 laps left of this race. About half an hour to go left of the 500 miles of Sebring, as the 125 goes a little bit deep through turn 7. As you can see, up ahead is the effective leader of the race. The I already forgot how to say the name, but the number 8 car will lead the way. The one that got into an incident with the 1-2-1 up ahead in front of it. So let's hope we don't get a repeat of another incident that happened in this very corner, if I'm not mistaken. So both drivers probably get flashbacks from what happened previous laps ago. But it's a close tussle for 2-3, as obviously the Champ car in P2 isn't far behind the Vanguard in P2. The Champ car in P3 isn't far behind the 25 car in P2. About 2 seconds behind. So we're going to have a nice little tussle for the final 30 laps left of this race. As I think almost every single car today has done a third pit stop, apart from, as in 3 long stops, apart from the 85. I think these guys need to do 1 more long stop, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe they need to do 1 more long stop. Whereas Vanguard 25, the Champ Racing, I believe the number 9, and obviously
Yes,
1-2-1, all 4 out of the 5 top 5 cars, have done their 3 long stops. So, this is for effective position. Whatever overtakes are made are for the effective position. Apart from for the man who's leading the way. He's a lap ahead of everyone. As he spun around, there's a little bit of contact between the number 8 and the 25 there. Don't know what's happened. I think it was just lost on the rear, and then the 25 was there. But, yeah, so the 125 and the 8 having a little bit of contact on the entry of the corner. As the 25's gone spinning around. That's going to be amazing for the Champ racing team. They will go back to P2. I don't know what's happened there. Even more contact for the number 8. They've been involved in countless incidences this race, and they'll just add one more to the tally. That's not going to be great for the Nicola racing team. I said that wrong, I know. But anyway, penalties will probably be coming their way. But the Vanguard team's still not out of the chance for a win, as they're only 4 seconds behind Champ Racing Inc. By 4 seconds. Stefan, I'll let you. Well, I'm gonna go to the toilet, so you can talk away.
Okay.
I'll let you be on board with this guy.
Okay. That was a very, very, very sad moment for the number 25, I would say. They pretty much had a race on their hands, and now the number 8 effectively ruined it and getting hard times now with 3 seconds gap to number 2 car in the P2, obviously. And I would say the race is shaping up very, very interesting right now. And they're still lapping quicker than the number 2 car, and the number 9, Lambertson, has set the fastest millisector of all. We'll be able to put some very, very solid lap this time, and here we go for fastest lap. He's right now done. That was solid lap, 47.7. Not the quickest, but very, very solid. The first sector was the slowest one, but yeah. Vanguard is very close. Still 3 seconds to number 2. Still many, many things can happen in this race. There is many GT3s running between number 2 and number 1, number 8 car. We'll see when the Nocciolina will pit for the long stop, which they have still remaining in this race. 20 laps into the stint, and maybe we'll see them pitting in the next 20 laps. They will still need to finish the final 5, even if they hold it for long. So we'll see how it goes. If I was them, I would pit much earlier to stay in the battle for more positions and know how you're doing, then just leave it for a final few moments and pit on the last lap. And look at this, there's very, very close for the number 25 and number 2. I think number 2 did some mistake and he's go wide again, and it's gonna be close. I think it's a passing opportunity for the number 25 into the hairpin. Let's see, he goes last on the brakes. It's very, very close. They go side by side. It's a little contact there, as the live timing says, and number 2 hold the position.
I'm now back.
Makes sense.
I got back at the right time, I reckon.
Yeah. I mean, it's very hard to pass in hairpin if you hold the inside and you don't give up the position that easily. Obviously, when you're effectively leading the race, you will not just be handing out the positions. But I think the South African driver, Scaro, is a long time in the car. He's doing a lot of mistakes. He's very often off track. And again, look, he's again off track, and number 25 will get a nice run into this sunset bend. If he can get a nice slipstream, he will maybe go for the move.
They
And he's
gone
defending
really
on the
defensive
inside.
there, yeah. Around Sunset Bend, the 25 will get the outside line and probably get the more
Yeah.
favourable line there, get them a bit more exit speed. We'll be side by side on the exit, but the 25 will
And
be
he
able
goes-
to edge out in front. What a fight between these guys. This is absolute cinema racing. Oh my.
Yeah, you need to go around the outside on the Sunset Bend. You have no chance on the inside, as that is a less grip and you need to turn more. You will lose a lot of speed, which you can hold around the outside, and that's exactly what the Finnish driver did to get back to P1 effectively. But now he needs to use this clean air to run away from the P2 and get some nice gap and hold the lead. Little mistake, and number 8 again off the track. He spun.
That's
that's
not
very,
good
very
for
costly.
him, as P2 and P3 have effectively unlapped themselves. So I'll just say this: no, the number 8 is more likely going to be getting lapped when they go for their final long stop of the race, as they are still yet to box, and there's still so much time to go though, as we are coming on to the for the final 25 laps of the race very shortly. As right now, the only other non-Acura in the top 5 is the man in P3, or the team in P3 of Champion Racing, or Champs Racing. Wow, they're in P3, but in the contention of a win here, as 1.2 off of Vanguard 25. As this is really close fighting. Effective leader we are watching right now, but how long can he hold on for this effective lead? As obviously he's got a really fast drive of obviously Sokro right behind him. So how long could he hold on to this lead is the question.
You can already see the clean air. You already made 1.5 seconds in just this, what, 3/4 of a track. How much you can make in the next 2 laps, 5 laps. You have 25 laps to go. I would say if nothing happens, the number 25 is winning today. With an amazing race.
Yeah, I mean, this would be absolutely cinema. 2 absolute beastly teams going, you know, just going, well, you know, I don't know what the saying is. I can't think of one. But, you know, you got Champs Racing, a massive, you know, I wouldn't say massive, like quite big of a team, you know, got a lot of experience in AC endurance racing. I believe they have 160 wins in total in their time. And obviously, you probably all know Vanguard Racing Team if you know PHRL. They host their own endurance races. They are quite renowned Assetto Corsa team when it comes to endurance racing. They did very well. I think they got a top 3 in the 6 hours of Daytona in PHRL, and they're, look at it, they're, you know, having a chance of a win here, which is absolutely amazing for them, as that everyone is, I think, going to be relatively on the same lap after the number 8 boxes from the lead, probably in the next coming few laps. Now, I think the question is, other than who's going to come out on top in this fight, where will the number 8 come out and where will they finish? Because obviously they're going to have a lot less fuel than everyone else, as they are going to be boxing later, meaning they may not even need to fill up as much. They still need to do a long stop, but they're going to have fresher tyres, they're going to be lighter, meaning they're going to be relatively, you know, on paper, they're going to be faster. As number 2 spun and crashed on the exit of Sunset Bend. Oh my, they've reversed, and they're going to drive into the pit lane probably.
Yeah.
Or have they stopped? No, they are going to be driving into pit lane. That is devastating for them. They were driving so well, and Champ Racing Team are not done amazing. There's another spin somewhere. It's the Vanguard 121 on the entry of the hairpin of turn 7. Crikey me. So many incidences in such a short time. A Lampert will cross the line, and I believe we'll move up to P3. So that will be great for Mini Lego when he comes back from his basketball game, as he's going to be amazing to know that right now it's a 1-3 for this very team with a beautiful racing livery. And it will probably stay third and probably even move up to second, as obviously P1 still needs to box. So right now, as it may stand, if there's no instances with the 25 has a quite clear shot of winning this race, winning 500 miles of racing, and it could all come down to the 25 winning it out of everyone on the grid.
Yeah, the number 2 gave it on a silver plate. Now, definitely that was a huge mistake, and I said he's long in the car. He made a lot of mistakes before the long pit, and he still stays in the car, which is maybe a shame for him. And now he's gonna maybe bang his head to the table and regret this. But he's now back on the track.
But almost
And I
a
think-
whole lap down from, you know, the man in front of him. So, I mean, the man he was fighting previously is almost a full lap down. You can just see in the background there, 25 coming around the corner. Just moments ago, the 2 was going around. So, it seems to be the people we're watching right now are probably just going to remain where they are in P4. Because Lampert does not need to box. But would this mean that the number 8 car could come out and be just behind the champs car in in P4?
It's gonna be close. I think maybe P6, P5 will be the best. P5, P4. Somewhere between the champs and one guy 121. It's gonna be for the number 8. That's 100%. The pit is 3 minute 20 second long, and yeah, I think he'll be happy if he come out in front of the number 15 even. So we'll see. But if they keep doing the mistakes they did, a lot of spins, I would not see them in the top 5 in this race.
Yeah.
But yeah. They will have fresh tires, probably 100%. It's gonna be soft. They will have low fuel. Yeah, maybe they'll be cooking and they will get back. Maybe they will put in Eric Marshalik for the final stint, and he will put up some amazing laps to get the car back in the top 5, top 4. There's gonna require a lot of walk.
That was so close with the 25. You could just see it as we were watching the 1-2-1 there, almost ending their race. That's a race-ending crash. That's why Sunset is so difficult. If you misinterpret the corner, you're going straight into that barrier. And that'll be your race over, because you will get suspension damage and you will get front nose damage and lose countless amounts of aero. As you can see, the fifth, the guy in provisional P5 is getting a bit held up by traffic here. As he's actually, the Vanguard 121 could actually have a chance of getting P4 over the champs number 2 car there.
I gasped so heavily. You could see it outside of my house. That was very, very close, and lucky him. He nearly ended his race there.
Yeah. As we are coming to almost the final 20 laps of the race, and I think it's the final 20 laps. I may be mistaken. As final 20 laps of the race. And Vanguard looking very strong. When will the number 8 car box? That's going to be the question. Will they box this lap, or will they box in the next 5 laps? We must just find out, as that gap between the 121 and the number 2 car is relatively decreasing. Could the play be, let the 25 through, let the 121 follow the 25 and get the tow, and they work together to try and catch the number 2 car up ahead?
Amazing. Amazing racing, I have to say. Such a pleasure to be there, to be fair. And help the commentating, which is...
Yeah, I mean, I just
amazing,
need help because my throat, it's got a lot better because I was able to shut up. But let's hope it can stay better for when I do the nice little eSport Racing series later.
Yeah, now it's gonna be not much happening until the pit, which is gonna come around 12 laps. So they'll still need to do 9 laps. And the champ racing is on a soft.
Yeah.
Which I would question if it's a good idea because those soft are not gonna hold together for long. As I tried it yesterday, and like 6 laps is fine, then it's gonna be horrendous, and it's gonna make the car even slower than the mediums. But we'll see. Maybe he's gonna cook, and I think he calmed down after the mistakes with his pit stop. So let's see. But I think podium for the Champ Racing is still on, as the number 8 has to pit for the long pit. It's gonna be close, but still.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a really close race for the finish, especially for those podium positions. I mean, keep your eye out on the 121 Vanguard car, as they are quite still in this. They've let the 25 through, and could that maybe help excel them forward? Could they do a little bit of team games? Oh, the 25's gone deep into sunset, hitting the outside barrier. Could that give them damage? Probably.
No, it was not much damage. I mean, at least what lifetiming says, it was not that bad. It was minor damage, but still, it's gonna unsettle the car and especially the driver mind. And he knows he's doing those mistakes. And he spun round and he's going into the grass.
Oh my lord. That's going to be good for the number 8 car as they're in the pits. Number 8 is coming in for their final long stop. The 25 is back running. Lampert's is coming round Sunset Bend. This race is getting interesting. It's always been interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm on my edge of the seat. What's going to happen in these next final
Eric
few
Marshall
laps?
coming into the car.
As, yeah, driver swap coming in. So, could we maybe have a fight for the podium on our hands right now? The Vanguard 25 car will take the lead from the race, but will we see a bit of a change for the P3 spot? As I think when the Nocciolina car comes in, as you can see, the man who did the first 2 stints in the race is back in the car and is going to get ready to get back cooking. As obviously, he's going to have to work away up a lot of ground. But where will he come out? That's going to be the question. As he'll probably come out behind his teammate and maybe just ahead of the Champ Racing car. But it will be a fight from the get-go, from when that Nocciolina car comes out of the pit. So this is just starting to really heat up in the final few laps. And I wouldn't leave the stream now. So, oh my, this is gonna get really, really interesting.
Yeah, my math says is gonna be 5 seconds ahead of the Champ's car, at the moment at least. But it's gonna be very close. It depends how quickly you pit.
Car number 8 has a drive-through for 3 warnings. I think with the Stewart's verdict. So that's gonna really hinder them. Because obviously now they've got to do a drive-through. As if I look, Stewart verdicts. They have 2 warnings for Nocciolina. And that is not good for them. There could be an appeal.
Yeah.
But
if it's drive-through now, it's gonna be P5, P6.
As
what that means is that the Champ car is now gonna be P3.
Yeah.
But the 121 can.
Lampert's will take to P2. What about... Oh, as there's a spun 296 in the background there, but let's watch for when the Nocciolina number 8 comes out of the pits. Now, the Nocciolina got 2 warnings for impeding over and under 56 in qualifying. Vanguard 25 also has a warning for impeding the Champ 2 during qualifying. Now, drive-through penalty for Nocciolina for reaching 3 warnings. So, there can be appeals, but, I mean, will there be an appeal? Probably not. So, the Nocciolina number 8 car is probably going to really be on the back foot here. Obviously, they're going to have to take that drive-through penalty. Obviously, we come to for the final 20 laps of the race. Now, where will the Nocciolina number 8 car come out? As they can start leaving the pit lane now, if I'm not mistaken. But the thing is what about the Champ car? They're coming round the final corner, down to the start line. They'll cross the line. They'll be back up to P3. So, will we see? Same with Nocciolina. So, Nocciolina is coming out of the pits now, but they are going to be behind the 121 car. But Notchlina number 9 is 30 seconds behind Vanguard 25, who are leading the way. As the long pit stops are all done. No more pit stops should be happening from this point onwards for the rest of the race.
Only one drive-through remaining.
But that's
yeah,
not really a
no
pit
more
stop,
stops.
it's a drive-through.
I mean, you have to go to the pits, so technically it is pit stop. But yeah, no more stops in the pit box for all the teams. But right now the number 9 is lapping second, a lap quicker than the 25. Is the damage that bad for the number 25? That it's unsettling the car, but number 9 is cooking right now. He is lapping very, very well, and I mean 40 seconds is undoable pretty much, and the leaders had a contact with Andre Blyer, the champs car in the GT3. It was a minor contact, but it happened, so some misunderstandings between those two cars.
Now the Notchlina, 9 seconds behind the 121, but obviously they do need to take that drive-through penalty. But 4.5 behind the number 2 car. So could the 121 maybe have a chance at getting a little cheeky podium? We still got 19 laps left to go in this race. So there's still a lot of racing to go, as obviously time is being found 3 attempts through Sunset Bend. So just keep your eye out on that, ladies and gentlemen, as we are coming to near the final few laps of the race. As, I don't think there'll be a change for the lead, but there could be a change for that P3 spot.
Yeah, and Vanguard just matched the lap times of the number 9 Nicholina Racing, so I would say it's gonna be very, very hard for the number 9 to get close to the lead at this moment of the race. It's pretty much all set and done at the top, but the P3 battle is gonna start in the next 5 laps.
And yeah, it's going to be very spicy indeed. I would get the popcorn ready, because this is about to get spicy, ladies and gentlemen. 4.1, that gap is slowly shutting itself down. The Notchlina car has still yet to take that drive-through penalty, so are they maybe going to try get that removed? The gap is shortening between P3 and 4, so you see 3.9 seconds to go. It was 4.5 when we started the lap, now it's 4.1, so it is slowly going away as we come through this fast sector 3 section. Now coming down into the Le Mans corner, the penultimate corner, onto the backstretch, into the, Sunset Bend, which is quite easy to mess up with all the bumps on the inside of the track. Let's ride on board with the 121 for the next lap. As you can see here, we start the lap now. Coming down into turn 1, revving that 6th gear out, down to 4th gear, brushing that inside yellow line, not making sure you go over it because you could hit the inside wall. Coming down, braking at the 200-meter board, down to 2nd gear. Keeping it in 2nd gear around here, holding this, going for a later apex so you can get a more straight line exit out of turn 6 into turn 7 now. Hairpin, brake at the 300-meter board, look for it. There it is. Brake around in between 300 and 400, down to 1st gear, get the car rotated. Early on the power, up throughout the whole gears as we come through this really fast chicane. Right then left into a braking brake around 300 meters. As you can see up ahead, there is a little bit of lap traffic, so making sure this Vanguard Racing Team car can get away with it. Maybe through this fast section after this corner. As you can see, the 296 gets out the way, little bit of a snap oversteer. That's going to cost loads of time. You can just see that lap time is getting bigger, not smaller, and that's going to be really bad for the 121. But it's still not over. It's still not over. I believe that we'll still have a close fight as we come through this really fast S section, through the Le Mans corner, down into this really long straight, which would lead us to the final corner of Sunset. You can see we found all that time there, 3.8 seconds. So was there a little bit of a mistake from the champion racing team round Sunset Bend, using all of the track available, making sure you don't go massively over that outside white line, using all of the exit possible, coming to the outside line, 3.1. So we found so much time there. It's a 49.1, 49.5, I mean, so 6 tenths was found that lap. That's going to be amazing for the Vanguard 121 car. If we can hold this pace, then we'll surely have a massive battle on our hands for the final 15 or so laps.
I mean, we need to think that we need to count in that Champ car has soft tires right now, so. But he's still half a second slower than the Vanguard as they improve the final sector for them, and a very, very slow lap. So we'll see how it ends up between those two teams.
We are coming near the dying embers of this race, but yes, the race may be over, but the fighting is not, as 3.1 the gap is between P3 and 4, and let's just say that gap looks like to be lowering itself. Not as fast as you would want it, but it is still lowering itself quite substantially. The gap between P4 and 5 is growing though, so it looks like the Nocciolina number 8 car is out of contention of a P4 position, but it is still in P5. Now, bear in mind, the only non-Acura car in the top 5 is the Cadillac, and it's been like that for most of the race here, as you can see an amazing exit from the 121 as we come down this really long straight into the Sunset Bend. Now, we saw previously, last lap, really good exit from the Vanguard car here. Will they be able to mimic it yet again and maybe close that gap to less than 3 seconds? Oh, beautiful exit. You can see how close they get to the wall there, and that wasn't even over the limit. That was on the limit. As you can see, 3 tenths found that that lap. That's what they want to be hitting. As you can see, that gap is just sort of maintaining, but it is lowering itself quite slowly, sadly. But 15 laps left to go. You can see how close they are through this section. You can see the 25 car back there, also really close to the the 121. So Stefan, we may have a really close fight on our hands in the next few laps. As the scrapyard has disconnected, so I don't know what's happened there. This gap is just sort of maintaining now, so we have 15 laps to go. Let's just hope that you know, we could get something spicy in the next coming few laps. So stay tuned, I would say, as this is about to get spicy, to say the least. As the gap is staying around 3 seconds, but anything can happen. If that champ car makes one singular mistake, it will cost them a dramatic amount of time. As we may also just say, the 85 car has made another 2-lap lead over any other GT3. This is domination from the champs car, and obviously the GTP's having a harder time, but the GT3's having a nice walk in the park, you could say, as 4 out of 3 long stops have been completed from the scrapyard team in GTP class. As you can see, the 121 sets their fastest lap of the race, and that's going to be amazing. That gap is now 2.5 seconds, and you never know if we could see a bit more of lap time gains. That lap time is diminishing now, so is this 121 on yet another PB run? And if so, could we see in the next 3 or 4 laps that gap be 0.1 seconds rather than 2.1?
What have I missed?
The gap has slowly dropped so much.
Yeah.
I say slowly, it massively has dropped.
I mean, what I saw the number 2 car, not many mistakes from the pit. So maybe he cooled down, and now he's definitely thinking about some lines and decisions throughout the race. But it's still 14 laps to go, and number 8 another drive to penalty from the race direction. Maybe the penalty for the contacts.
Oh, look at this though. 1.5 is the gap that separates P4 and 5. Let's ride on board with the 1-to-1, setting an outrageous send on the inside of the Honey Badger number 18 car there. But at this gap, 1.7, as we come down to Sunset Bend, there's a lot of GT3 traffic. Will this really hinder the Champs car? As you can see, GT3, that's the 296 up ahead. No. That's the scrapyard car. Through Sunset Bend we go. And the 1-to-1's actually got held up slightly from the GT3 car, as the 85 of the Champ Racing car in the GT3 class has come for their final long stop with 13 laps to go. They have the time above the Honey Badger, so you know, why not? As you can see, finally, the not shit. Oh my god, the number 8 car is taking their long stop finally, but 1.3.
No, they are taking drive-through for penalty.
Yeah.
They got a drive-through from race direction in last 20 seconds, but you had to react to the 1.5 seconds. So
Yeah. As the looks to be. Let's actually go on board with the Champs car, as obviously they've got the slower GTP in front, which is kind of hindering them, because look at this gap drop. Will it drop to below a second? This is the first time it's dropped to below a second. Let's ride on board. What a send! But this is inviting the 1-2-1 in, and
he's fighting back.
The Champs isn't able to get the move fully done. So will we see a late move as we come through Sector 3? They are side by side. The 1-2-1 though is oh, they made contact! They're both spinning. Oh my lord! 13 laps left to go. Who's going to be able to get back underway and racing? It looks like they'll both be able to do it.
That's a penalty for
That's
1-2-1.
surely a penalty for the 1-2-1.
There is no way this is a clean.
They are still racing though. The 25 could help out. So maybe get in front of the number 2 here and slow down for the 1-2-1. But oh my, who could have called it that there would be contact on the very final lap? Not the very final lap, but the dying embers of the race.
I think it's done for the 121.
I really don't think it is.
That's 100% penalty. There is
100%
no way this is
penalty.
clean.
But we don't know. We saw the exterior view. We do really need to see the onboards from both cars and stuff, because you never know. It could have just been a racing incident. But you never know.
Late turn into the corner when you normally don't pass. So obviously number 2 car was not able to react to this, and there is no chance this was clean. If number 8 got a penalties for the stuff that happened before, that's definitely another penalty. There is no way this is not a drive-through, and as well as this is fight for the position, so you have to count this in. If I was a steward, I will put instantly another drive-through penalty for the 121 car.
But I don't know if that's going to happen, as we've got 12 laps left to go. I think the 25's kind of slowing up the 2 here, as the 1-2-1's caught dramatically in the span of what was it been? 1 lap? Half a lap? There we go. The GT3, the leading GT3, has finished their long stops, and they will lead the way. Will lead the way by about a lap and a half or whatever. I don't even know how big of the gap that is behind them, but 5 tenths separate P3 and 4. And look at this. Why can't I say it anymore? Anyway, the number 9 car is slowly catching the 25 car up ahead, because the 25 is kind of slowing down the number 2 car. So, you know, it's all happening. It's all kicking off now. And it's just amazing to watch.
A little bump. He bumped him through the back, so he's telling him, come on, push it, or I will pass you. So another defense from the number 2, and he will take a look around the inside, but no. Not much space, but can he get a better exit now? Possible possible move around the outside, it's a better place to get. You need to be on the right side for the straight, as there's no chance you can pass around the outside into the hairpin. If it was a normal hairpin, maybe you can, but since there's another corner following, there's no chance you can make the move then. And he knows it. He gives him the gap. He will wait for the sunset bend and try to take the move, but I think the penalty will be coming that way. So not much more to play for here, but we'll see how it ends up. But I can say with a 100% sure that the number 25 is winning today. There is no chance they can lose it anymore. They're lapping solid laps. They are doing very, very well throughout the whole race. Not much mistakes. I mean, one crash in the sunset bend, but nothing more. And the number 9 is just too far, with half a minute back. So I would say One God is gonna be winning the race. But now it's more important that I think Nicholina Racing will get their first podium in the endurance, as the team owner said. And
Yes.
let's see.
And here we go, though, coming round for the 10 final laps of the race to get underway, I believe. As there we go. Yep, 10 final laps left to go. We've 10 laps to go in this amazing race. It's been up and hill for some of these drivers, but it's been absolute cinema for the spectators' standpoint. As you can see, the 1-2-1 getting a way better exit than the number 2 exit of turn 1. As these guys have been battling out for countless laps now. And we are still waiting on the verdicts of what happened on, I believe it was lap 122, as there was an unofficial warning given to the 25 for contact with number 2. So it was an unofficial warning, and there's no verdict, and no, there was no appeal option. So I believe the 25 has a warning. But you can see the Mustang up in front of the number 2. Boom. They go for a send. Yeah, number 2 goes for a send, and the 1-2-1 follows them through, but the 2's gone a bit deep there, and that's going to really cause them to get a way worse exit here. But I think the 1-2-1 followed them through with a bit of a worry. I've gone really deep through this corner. I don't know what number corner that is, but the 1-2-1 I think just wants to stay behind here as we come through the fast-flowing Sector 3, my personal favourite sector in all of endurance racing tracks. Qatar, I mean, could be another one. There's a bit of a track limits warning there, I would say, but probably got a cut warning for it, if not a warning. But here we go, down on this long straight, the long back straight. Really good overtaking opportunity into Sunset Bend. Will the 21, the 1-2-1, I mean, be able to get a good exit? You see, the 2 goes for a really tight line, where the 1-2-1 goes for a really long line, meaning they get a better exit speed. So on paper, as it seems to be, it was quite equaled out. With that gap drop, they set just a 1/10 faster lap time than the 2 up ahead. So these guys are really going at it this race. The number 2 guy's been involved in countless battles, and this one's probably the most intense as it's near the end of the race. We've got 9 laps left to go now. And we are coming through this sector 1. Will we see a move going into the hairpin of turn 7? As the gap is sort of there. It's not big. With 3 car lengths back relatively. No move was made. But the 1-2-1 does gain a lot of time through the braking zone. But what about on the exit? So you can see that the 25 up ahead is really checked out here. The gap was 34.5 seconds about a lap ago, and they found 4 seconds in 1 lap. But Lamperts should be really happy with what they've done. As, you know, this number 9 car, I'll be honest, didn't look like they were going to be able to get onto the podium again. But here they are. They're in P2, and it's quite sealed of a P2 if they don't make a mistake. But here we go. The 1-2-1 and the 2 through Sector 3. It's a 3-second difference between them, and we are on this long back straight. The slipstream is so powerful on this back straight. You can see the number 2 going defensive. The 121 will follow him through. Will the number 2 go defensive through Sunset Bend? I believe so. No, he goes for a more midline. But he's gone quite deep into the corner. The 121 will have the inside line. Will be side by side on the exit, and the 121 will actually take the P3 spot. And we'll say thank you very much, as now we've got a bit of lap traffic with a Nissan, as that's another pit stop from Scrapyard Racing Team. But the 121 should really want to try check out here, and may be able to seal that P3 if they make a gap of about 2 seconds. As you can see, it's already almost a second as we come onto the exit of turn 6 into 7. And it's already a second and 1.1 seconds. So this is going to be amazing for the 121. But for the number 2, it's not looking as good, as they've gone quite deep. Well, it seemed they went quite deep, as I heard a bit of the you know, the squeak of the brakes. But seems like they got a better exit than the 121. So this race is the fight's not over. As we still have about 8-9 laps to go. That gap for the lead is obviously extending, and it looks like the P1 and P2 are sealed. So it looks like Vanguard 25 may win the race if no big incidents happen. It's same with the Notcholina number 9 car. If they get no incidences, then they will remain P2. But I think it's really just going to happen. What's going to happen between the 121 and the number 2 car? Because this is the closest battle on the pack right now. As you can see, Honey Badgers are into the pits, which may mean GP may be able to get the P2 in the GT3 class. Remember, Honey Badgers and the GP car have been having a massive brawl all race long. Well, I say all race long. For about the first few laps of the race, they were having a massive brawl, and now it's sort of quieted down between them. But they did have quite brawl in the first opening 20 or so laps. There's this gap between P3 and 4, and the GTP class is extending to 2 seconds now. So could that be a sign of the Vanguard 121 has got away and remain P2? P3, I mean.
Hello lads, how's the race going?
Really close. We are near the dying embers of the race now, and you've just missed an amazing battle for P3 between the number 2 car and the 121. Right now, it's a double podium for Vanguard, which is absolutely amazing for them. Really fast racing team. And Notcholina is 2.5, no 2.6, which is amazing for them as well. First podium for the Notcholina racing team, as we have 7 laps left to go. Who will be able to, you know, will this fight carry on for P3?
Looks like Chip could take a podium off of Vanguard.
It's not Chip. It's Champ Racing Inc.
I just saw the thing at the bottom. I didn't want to even try and pronounce that.
What a commentator.
As
50 seconds.
So the number 2 car has 15 seconds from race direction. What has happened there then? Was it the incident between the 121 and themselves on the lap 122? Was it that big incident? But it looked like more so to be on the 121's
yeah, maybe he
fault.
turned in.
Maybe he did.
Maybe so
I'll quickly see if I can see the steering verdicts. As a 15-second penalty, as yeah, causing collision. Oh, it's not even for what happened on lap 122. It was causing a collision on lap 75 with over and under 56. So yeah. So maybe there are
What
a bit
happened
more.
with the cars at DNF in the pit lane there?
They just left. They
They just left.
yeah.
Forward or behind?
Behind, massively behind, yeah. I mean, these guys came back, were 19 laps, and then just left straight away. But 2.5, it's basically 17.5 though, because obviously these guys have a 15-second penalty with 6 laps left to go in the race. I'm gonna say confidently, I think we have our top 3 set and sealed in both classes actually. Because this was technically the closest fight on the track, but obviously with these guys, it's 15-second penalty. It's not that close anymore.
They seem to be losing a bit of time to Vanguard and P3 anyway.
And look at that.
Vanguard
I
1
said
to 1,
it.
stop and go for 10 seconds from race direction. So oh my.
And that means number 2 is back in podium.
Back on the podium position, so I was wrong for the collision
Yeah.
with number 2 on lap 122. So yeah, this race is being quite
If I was Vanguard, I'd be serving that right now.
yeah, they probably will, as they're not coming into the pits though, but they are setting a second lap. They're set in lap times a second faster than the number 2 car here. So 5 laps left to go. They probably have 5 laps to go.
Won't
What?
they be able to edge enough of a gap though?
No, they won't.
It's not going to happen. It's not good. It's not possible unless they do quali lap after quali lap. It's just
Seems to be that the guys in P4, Champ Racing, want to appeal one of their thingies. As I'm looking in on the Discord, which is, you know. But anyway, it seems to be. We'll probably see the 1-2-1 peel into the pits, probably this lap or next. Really, this race has been quite quiet. I think the one that's probably the most impressive is obviously the Bentley of Champ Racing Inc., who have led, I believe, every single lap in class, and have even lapped the P2 by 2 laps 3 times, or 2 times, which is impressive, and it's the only right-hand drive car on the entire grid. So let's just say the Champ Racing Inc. GT3 has done a Max Verstappen 2023 F1 season and just absolutely dominated this race.
on the topic of F1. They've delayed the sprint race because of a bit of rain.
Lovely jubbly. But
Seems this race is going to be a whole lot more interesting than that.
yeah, this race has been massively interesting as you been absolutely squabbling between everyone in the whole grid, and we've even hit you know, quite nicely. 4 laps left to go. We are so close to the end of this race. For some reason, there's a car with its bloody lights on.
It's got his high beams.
Yeah, got the
They're
endurance lights on.
bright yellow.
I thought I don't. Maybe they can't see well. Maybe there's a bit of vision lack on their
Tinted
car.
lights.
As oh, the
Well,
1-2-1's gone spinning, and that's even worse for them because they still have to serve their stop and go penalty.
I think that's race over for them. Podium's gone.
Yeah, I think even P6, maybe the number 8 car will go to P5.
That would be massively big for them, and
yeah.
Celestial as well. I mean, these guys have gone really under my radar for a little bit here. As oh, they've gone quite deep, almost hitting the rear end of the Notchila. I can't say that team name anymore. Oh my,
Notcholina.
Notcholina. There we go. Thank you so much for the Notcholina number 9 car, almost rear-ending them and spinning them around. But these, you know, the Celestial car had a chance at a win. And then just it sort of went downhill after I think one of their new driver swaps. It just sort of went downhill. A lot of mistakes were made, and really caused them to be on the back foot most of the time, and it's really costed them. But you know, with the stop and go penalty with the 1-2-1, it will really bring them back in and put them in P4, and it may even let the Notchila number 8 car back into top 5, which would mean it's a 2-5 for the Nonchalant number 8 and 9 cars. There we go. They're into the pits now. I thought you have to stop. Oh yeah, stop and go, but you can't stop in your box, or it will just not count as a stop and go penalty.
No, you need to
Do they
stop in the
lose
pit box.
P4?
I think they got to do the 10 seconds when they're not in the pit box itself. As there we go. They've lost P4. Will they lose P5 though? As here we go. The number 8 car rounds the final corner. It could be really close on the exit of the corner. On the entry of turn 1, I mean. But
And they
no.
lose it.
Yeah, so 1-2-1 go from P3, looking really good in P3, to dropping to P6. As there we go, the stop and go was taken, and the Notchula number 8 and 9 car looking amazing now.
Are they going to have enough pace to catch up and take that top 5 spot in the last 3 laps? I don't think they will.
No, probably not. But P5 for them is amazing. Yeah, P5 for them will be amazing. This 1-2-1's definitely not going to be catching whatsoever. And this will be the NRT's first ever podium in endurance racing ever, which will be amazing for them. And in such a spectacular race as well. 500 miles of Sebring. It's a 4-hour-long race. And the pace that the number 9 car has had has been absolutely substantial, as we are coming near to the end of the race, as I believe we are, 2 more laps left to go, including this one. No, excluding this one, I mean.
Excluding this one, yeah.
But what a race it's been.
Vanguard seems to just be losing time to the car in front. It's going to be game over for them now.
But yeah.
I think the car's now setting slower pace. They already said themselves that it's said and done, and I think it's now all the cars just coming on the track, finishing the final 2 laps, and going home with great results.
Yeah.
And
Not to take away. P1,
huge respect for everyone. 5 hours of
number
racing.
25. Just seems like they've drove an incredible race for what I've seen. I tuned in earlier on. Just seems like they've drove an incredible race the whole thing round. 46 seconds to the car behind. It's just dominance.
I mean, yeah, the Vanguard 25, it did have contention near the start of the race and midway through the race, but after the spin from the number 2 car, the car that was challenging for the win, after that shocking spin around lap 110 or so, it's really been on the back foot, whereas the 25 has been on the front foot, has been setting lap after lap of consistency. Like you see there, a 47.7, that is not far off of the fastest lap of this whole race. So you can just see the absolute consistency of Pavo and his teammate. I mean, it's been absolutely sensational. As a drive-through from race direction for the number 8 car. Another drive-through. Which means the 1-2-1 will probably be back in P5.
Yeah, that's 100% now.
They've got to serve it there, though, don't they?
Yes, they probably will.
They have to. They've not got any longer to serve it.
As number 8 penalty for collision with the 1-2-1. I'm gonna see in the steward verdicts whereabouts what lap that was. So yeah, lap 97. There was a little bit of there was contact between the 1-2-1 and the number 8 car. And there may even be a bit more penalties coming people's way, as I do see one of the officials typing in the verdicts chat. It's been an amazing race, as I believe we started around 1 PM. It's 20 past 5 in the UK, and it's been a hell of a race. 4 hours long, and it's been non-stop action throughout the whole race. We had a little bit of a ceasefire with around lap 15 or so. Oh, not lap 15, but around lap 70 to 80. But most of the time we've had a battle somewhere throughout the grid. The 25 car has shown absolute domination fashion, as this is the final lap of the race. As the NRT car as well, really, really well. Over and under, really got under my radar. They were also in the top spots. They were P4 around lap 15, obviously being quite unlucky after the first few pit stop phases, and they've been quite on the back foot there. The leading car in the GT3s led every single lap, to my knowledge. Shown absolute domination, not had a single penalty. And, I mean, in the only right-hand drive car on the entire grid, it's the Champ Racing Inc. car. Their GTP counterpart is in P3. It's been absolutely sensational racing. Celestial Racing has had an up-and-down race, but they are looking good. It's P4 for them, as Vanguard 25 will be coming round into Sector 2 to end this race very shortly, as obviously now the number 8 car is setting their fast lap of the race there. But it's a bit late for the fast times to come round, as obviously we're near the end of the race. As you can see, the Vanguard 25 is round the final few corners, coming round Le Mans corner right now, down onto the back straight. Coming into Sunset Bend, they've had absolute scenes of fighting with countless different teams this whole entire race, but it's not stopped them from winning. They're gonna come round the final corner and they're gonna probably have all hands in the air. They're gonna be ecstatic in the VC. Vanguard 25, you are the winners of the 500 miles of Sebring in PHRL. Take a bow. What a win. 56 seconds from the cars behind. Absolute domination these final few laps. NRT having an amazing race as well. You know, didn't have the best start to the race. They were both down 7th and 8th around about, but both NRT cars have had an astounding comeback. This one having the better one though, coming from about lap 8 to a lap to about P2. They're going to come round to the final stretch as P3 crosses the line, having an amazing race themselves, but being quite unlucky. Could have had a chance at a win, but it didn't happen for them. P3 though, shouldn't be complaining, as obviously NRT comes round the final corner. They're going to take the checkered flag. They're going to come home in P2, and it's NRT's first ever Endurance AC podium. They're going to be ecstatic, and round of applause to them. As let's watch as the GT3 racer of Champ Racing, their GTP got a lovely P3, but their GTP got a lovely P3, but the GT3 has shown domination, led every single lap in this race in their class. They've only been lapped 6 times by a GTP. They'll round the final corner. They've shown that they are probably one of the fastest GT3s in this whole race, and they'll take the checkered flag. They'll win in Sebring in the GT3 class, and well done. What a race they've shown. Honey Badgers will come home in P2 in the GT3 class. GP will be home in P3. Then it's Assetto Masters, followed by Team PHRL, and then the Spanish team, if I'm not right. This was the 500 miles of Sebring International Speedway, powered by PHRL. What a race it's been. Oh my lord, absolute domination from countless teams. You can see the drivers doing their donuts. Oh my lord. Stefan, James, thank you for joining me. What did you guys think about this race?
Looked like a high-speed motor race, and things coming to the end got a bit, heated. Penalties coming out, and Nocciolina didn't serve their stop and go, meaning they got a 20-second added on to their final time of the race. So
yeah,
that's Vanguard up into P5 now. So seems like a really good race from what I've seen from it, and will probably have to compete myself next time.
Most definitely, and hopefully whenever there's an next endurance race, I would love to see Eastblock Racing in there. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the 500 miles of Sebring, and what a race it was, and what an end as well. We had fighting to almost the very end. Unfortunately, there was a few instances, there was penalties, And Vanguard came out on top. NRT having one of their best displays in endurance racing in AC ever, probably, as it's their first podium. And Champ Racing having an amazing race in both GTP and GT3. This was brought to you by SRTV and obviously brought to you by PHRL. And I hope we see you later on for the East Block Formula Series race at Adelaide. And I hope we see you for whenever the next round of the PHRL Endurance Series will be. Goodbye, and thank you for all tuning in today.